Partnership Board Retreat. And I, first of all, before I get started and before I talk off of some notes that Danette sent me, I wanted to say two things. I want to thank the staff for putting this together. I know this is all very problematic with Zoom, and I'm sure a lot of you are tired of Zoom. We want to see each other in person, and hopefully by next year, God help us, at this time we will all be back together. And so the other thing I wanted to talk about this morning, as I was getting ready this morning, I was remembering my days of doing my block teaching because you guys are all near and dear to my heart, because I was going to be a teacher and I do have a degree in teaching, and then I ended up going and doing something else and changed my profession and became a city planner, for God's sake. But I worked very closely with a lot of the schools. I remember, near and dear to my heart, some of the schools that I taught out were Whittier, Navajo, Kirtland. And so those days were dear. I learned a lot about children and my patience, which probably why I didn't become a teacher. But two stories, and just really quick. When I was doing teaching in elementary school, I had a class, and I remember some little boys saying to me, or they were whispering to each other, "I can see through teacher's blouse," and I had on a white sort of blouse, that and I was like, oh my God, these kids are like so smart. And I think that was third grade. So I learned a lot about kids right then and there. And the next thing that I remember that was fond to my memory, which I still, by the way, hang on my tree. I was, one of my classes, and I think my junior block, gave me a Christmas ornament, which I hung on my tree, and I still to this day hang on my tree. So, I'm sure all of you have stories like that, and probably way more stories than I do, but those are the reasons that we're all doing what we do. And, I know that I do what I do because I want to make our world a better place. And you guys are, I feel kind of like I'm back in my tribe a little bit, if there's such a thing. And it's very endearing to me. So thank you all for what you do. And that's the first thing I want to do, is just thank you. And thank you for hanging in there today with us. As you know, this is a public meeting, and the only people who can see the screen are the formal participants. And we are recording this, and we are streaming this live on YouTube, and we will make it as accessible as possible. Thanks to the staff that put all of this together this morning. Today we are focused on strategic planning, and there will be no public comment, but of course you will have your chat, I think, available to you, which I think later on those will be addressed. Please know that there may be technical difficulties, and I asked Deanna to build in an extra half hour just in case we do have those technical difficulties. So we may or we may not be on until 12:30, depending on how that goes. Your patience in advance is, we're grateful for that. If you get kicked out of the meeting for some reason, you can get back in using your original Zoom webinar link. As this is a virtual retreat, we do ask that you keep your cameras on, if at all possible, and keep yourself muted if possible, just to avoid any background disturbance or noise. Please sign in using the Zoom chat. So if you could all just take the time to make sure that you signed in. We will be using a question and answer feature for any questions or comments that are directly related to the discussion occurring at the time. Also, we will be recording any commentary in the chat. Since we have a number of people joining us today, we would like to start with introductions. So For those of you who don't know me, I'm Counselor Borrego, Cynthia Borrego. I live on the west side of town. I'm in District 5, and I'm closest to the petroglyphs over off of Paseo and Golf Course. So we're going to go around and start by asking you to give us your name and who you represent, and also tell us what was your first job. That would really help us and help Danette. So again, thank you all for being here this morning. Thank you for everything you do. I'm going to turn things over now to Dr. Angelo Gonzalez.
So folks, to make this easier, I'm going to call on you and just do a quick introduction. And again, quick first job. We want to get through these introductions really quick. And we know most of you know each other, but we've got some ILT members on here that are new to our work. And I just want to make sure everyone knows who is behind these video cameras. So I'm going to go ahead and start with Board Member Peterson, if you can get us started.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Barbara Peterson. I'm on the APS board. I represent the district that is basically everything south of I-40 between Eubank and University Boulevard, more or less. And let's see, my first job without W-2 forms would have been lots and lots and lots and lots of babysitting. And my first job with W-2 forms would have been in the information and resource center at an engineering firm.
Awesome. Ellen, you're next.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Ellen Bernstein. I'm the president of the Albuquerque Teachers Federation. I represent all the licensed employees that work for APS. Like Barbara, my first job was a lot of babysitting, including my own little sisters. And then my first job in APS was as a sign language interpreter at Mark Twain Elementary School.
Awesome. Scott, you're up.
Good morning. I'm Scott Elder. I'm the interim superintendent for the Albuquerque Public Schools. First job, my mother created a little flyer called Rent a Kid, and she had me walk around the neighborhood and hand it out, and I mowed a lot of lawns. Probably first real job was selling fine jewelry at Goldwater's at Coronado Mall. So good times.
Rent a Kid. I like that. Julie, you're up. Julie, I don't know if you heard me. It looks like she's moving. Let's go to Board Member Muller-Aragon first, and then I'll come back to Julie.
Good morning. I'm Peggy Muller-Aragon from the Albuquerque Public Schools Board of Education, and I represent District 2, and that is on the west side, Cibola, Volcano Vista area. And the first job I had besides babysitting was I worked at the neighborhood Tasty Freeze, which was just a few blocks away from my home. So I could walk there since I didn't have a car. So that was my first job, and it was fun. Though the first thing I ever made was a banana split for someone, and I forgot the bananas.
Oh, jeez. Julie, you're next.
I'm sorry, I have barking dogs. Julie Baca, okay. Bernalillo County Manager, and my first job was at McDonald's.
A lot of people's first jobs, I think, are at McDonald's. Sam, you're next.
Good morning, everybody. It's nice to see you, everyone. It's been some time since I've seen most of you, but I'm Sam Garcia. I represent the Hispano Chamber of Commerce here in Albuquerque. I'm president of Competitive Benefits Administrators. We're a third-party administrator for employee benefits. I'm the founder of that firm over 40 years ago. My first job was selling newspapers on the Santa Fe Plaza. And so that was something I did back in elementary school. So it's a real pleasure to be here. I've been on the ABC board for going on, I think, 5 or 6 years now. So it's really a pleasure to see everyone, and I miss really seeing you guys.
Great, thanks, Sam. So Marjorie, you're next.
Hi, good morning. I am a professor at University of New Mexico in teacher preparation, And my first job was in a little West Texas town of 5,000 people selling ads for our local television station. So you can just imagine the quality of all of that.
Excellent. Rodney, you're up.
Morning, everybody. Rodney Prunty, President and CEO, United Way of Central New Mexico. And my first job was actually, I was a page at the local public library. My mom was a librarian, and so pulled some strings for me.
Excellent. So I'm going to move to our ILT members next. I think I've got all the board members introduced. Let's see, Amanda, you're next. Get us started.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Amanda Colburn. I'm with Bernalillo County. My first job was actually a recreation leader for Bernalillo County when I was in high school. And one of my very first coworkers was Alicia Manzano.
Oh, cool. Madeline, you're next.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Madeline Serna Marmol, Associate Superintendent for Equity, Instruction, Innovation, and Support for Albuquerque Public Schools. Other than being a babysitter, my first job at 15 was working for the Youth Conservation Corps for the U.S. Forest Service. And I worked in Cuesta and Red River.
Awesome. Brian, keep it going.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Brian Garcia, the Principal Support Specialist for Zone 3 and the lead for community schools. And so my first job on stilts and second floor was painting of vigas over in Cuesta. And then I also worked for the Cuesta Independent Schools as a custodian. So you'd think I know how to work with my hands, but yeah, that was the start for me.
We got a little Northern New Mexico contingent here, right? Madeline, Brian, Daphne. Sandra.
So I'm Sandra Slavan, and I'm with United Way, and I lead Mission Families, which is the family stability piece of our impact agenda. And my first job was in a small town, Lake Bluff, Illinois, 5,000 people, working at the Lake Bluff Pharmacy in high school.
Excellent. Jessica.
Good morning, everybody. Jessica Nojak. I lead the educational initiative Mission Graduate at United Way of Central New Mexico. And my first job was, aside from all that babysitting too, I have to say, a server at the Golden Corral in Stafford, Virginia.
Wow, Golden Corral, wow. All righty, Gabriella, you're next.
I'm Gabriella Blakey, and I'm the Chief Operations Officer at the Albuquerque Public Schools. And I can join everybody in babysitting, but I also can join Jessica. My first job was a server at Sirloin Stockade, which was a competitor of Golden Corral. And I was a vegetarian that served steak and had no idea what I was doing. So that was my first job.
Excellent. I remember that place. That was good.
Yeah, the cow got stolen by all of my friends. It was great.
Loretta, you're next.
Good morning. I'm Loretta Cordova de Ortega. I'm a pediatrician at the University of New Mexico. I'm chair of the Department of Pediatrics. And I too did a lot of babysitting when I was very young. And then my first job was a camp counselor at the Albuquerque Academy.
Excellent. So Kristen, keep it going.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kristen Chavez Smith. I am with the City of Albuquerque. I am the Division Manager for Community Recreation and Educational Initiatives, which oversees the community centers, the before and after school sites at the elementary schools, therapeutic recreation, the meal programs, and the educational programs. And my very first job, of course, very on brand, was a recreation leader with the City of Albuquerque.
Nice. Enrico, you're next.
Good morning. I'm Enrico Grotti. I'm the Deputy County Manager for the Community Services Division for Bernalillo County. My first real job was being a busboy at several local restaurants here in town. One that comes to mind is a now defunct Italian restaurant in the North Valley called Almonte's. That's my first
A lot of food services.
legitimate job.
A lot of food services represented around here, right? With first jobs. Chris, you're next.
Good morning. I'm Chris Muir. I'm the Executive Director for Student Family Community Supports Division for Albuquerque Public Schools. And my first job was actually cleaning my neighbor's house for $1 a week. And so I saved a lot of money doing that. Just kidding. But it was a long time ago, and $1 a week seemed like a lot of money.
That's like indentured labor. That's crazy. Daphne, you're up next.
I know I'm not Chris Muir, although sometimes people might think that we are similar. I'm Daphne Strader. I'm the director of the Coordinated School Health Department with Albuquerque Public Schools. My first job was actually, I was a law librarian in a small law firm in Taos, New Mexico.
Excellent. Again, Northern New Mexico represents. Deanna, we're going to go to the ABC staff now.
Sure. Good morning. My name is Deanna Creighton Cook. I'm the Special Projects Coordinator for ABC Community School Partnership. My first job was actually in a dentist's office. I got to clean instruments and all kinds of fun things like that.
That's cool. Okay, let's go to Raisha next.
Hi, I'm Raisha Saud with the ABC team. My first job was at Fashion Bug. Although I am not a very sociable person, when I was a teen, I actually liked people.
Becoming an adult changed all that, I guess, right? Gloria, you're next.
Good morning. I'm Gloria Schneller with the ABC team. My first job was as a clerk and translator at an HMO in California.
Oh, that's a cool job. Daniel, you're up.
Good morning, Daniel Manzano with the ABC team. My first job is I got to do the customer service, what was then called the unemployment office on the summers in high school.
Excellent. Jeff.
Hi, everyone. Jeff Anderson, Community Program Specialist with ABC. And my first job was line cook at Captain D's, throwing fish into fryers.
Oh my gosh. Jake, you're next.
Good morning. My name is Jake Maribel. I'm a part of the ABC team. My first unofficial job was working in the concession stands or the baseball fields, right, at the local Little League. But my first real job was actually at County Community Center.
just like Kristen, like common theme. All right, so Alicia has joined us. She is a member of our ILT. I am not sure if she's able to introduce herself. Alicia, are you able to or not? She may not be able to at the moment. So when she's
I am actually, absolutely. So it's first job and who we are, correct?
Yep.
Alicia Manzano with the City of Albuquerque Mayor's Office. My first job was the receptionist at Larry's Beauty Salon inside of Coronado Center.
Nice. Deanna, I'm sorry, Danette, you're up next. You're
Thank
left.
you. Danette Townsend. I'm the Executive Director of ABC, and my first unofficial job was at the Trap Club out on South Broadway. And then my first paid job was at Jack in the Box, like paid legitimately was at Jack in the Box.
Excellent. So I'll introduce myself in just a moment. Did I miss anyone though? Did I get everyone? I think I did. Excellent. One more reminder before I introduce myself. With Zoom, you have this cool ability, for those who didn't hear me say this earlier, you can actually click on any screen and drag it around. So if you want to reorder the screens, so like board members are clustered together and ILT members together, or whatever order you prefer, you can do that just by moving screens around. That's a relatively new feature that Zoom has that I'm not sure a lot of people know about. You can also click on a screen, the 3 little dots, and you can pin a video. So if you want to make sure a video stays put, you can pin it, and it'll always be there for you. So just because we are in a retreat kind of session today, I think it's helpful to utilize some of these Zoom tricks as a way to really encourage deeper engagement. And again, what I'm going to encourage throughout today's meeting is, if at all possible, if you can keep your videos on throughout the meeting, it really contributes to a much richer engagement. I recognize that sometimes people might have to step away for a bit, and so that's okay. But if you can give your full attention to the meeting as much as possible, we really, really would appreciate it. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and get us started with a quick agenda review, and then I'm going to talk about what we're planning for today. and then we'll jump right into our content. So I'm going to share my screen with y'all. And let me just also say that as you're viewing the PowerPoint slide, another trick or another thing to take advantage of in Zoom is the gallery, it's called gallery view, but you can actually, if you go to the top right of your screen, there's a little button that says view, and it gives you a bunch of options. And one of the options that is there, I'm seeing some chat, let's see what that's about, is the ability to actually pull up the slides on the left side of the screen and the grid view for the videos on the right side of the screen. And so it's kind of the best view if you want to be able to look at the slides and look at people's faces all at the same time. But play around with it. Some people prefer speaker view, but there are different ways that you can view this content as we're in PowerPoint mode. If you have any questions, go ahead and ask them in the chat box about these technical issues, and Deanna's monitoring it and can kind of help out through the chat as we move forward. So again, bear with us on the technical stuff. We'll get through this. Last thing I'll say before I get us into our content is, you know, I've been, when I was a board member, participated in the retreats with you all, and nothing, unfortunately, there's nothing like getting together in person, right? And we all wish that we were together in person. But we'll make this work. And I really think we've got great content today. And I think what's most important, right, is that we have this time together to really think deeply about the work of ABC and to really dream big, right, around where we want ABC to go in the future. So even though we can't be in person, we're going to make the best of this, and we'll try to work through any technical challenges that might arise. So just some patience and grace as we move through this would be much appreciated. So let me start off with just a quick overview of the meeting. Our overall purpose for today is threefold. We're going to be regrounding ourselves in the strategic plan that has started to emerge from the work of the ILT. We're going to spend some time in discussion, identifying short-term achievements. We're actually not going to get into milestones today. We might touch on it a little bit, but I really want to keep us focused on what it is we want to achieve together over the next year and a half. And then we're going to clarify how plans align to the board's institutional priorities. Actually, let me change that. We actually made a last-minute agenda change. And so we're not going to have as much institutional priorities conversation today. We are going to be talking more, though, about how we organize ourselves for success. And so that'll be the last part of today's discussion. Those of you who have worked with me for a little while now know that I like to talk about meeting products as well. Products are always framed in terms of head, heart, and hands. Head is like new knowledge or understanding that we walk away with. Heart is our commitment. It's our passion for the work. It's the reaffirmation of why we're here. And then hands are the tangible things, right? It's the plans, it's the concrete things that we walk away with. So there are 5 products that we hope to produce from today's meeting. The first is a heart product, and it's a celebration and recognition of ABC's achievements over the past year. Second is a shared understanding of the vision, mission, goals, objectives, and strategies that are going to guide the partnership over the next 3 to 5 years. Third is a shared vision for what ABC needs to achieve over the next year and a half to lay a solid foundation for the long-term success of the plan. Fourth is agreement on committee structures that the board is going to adopt to carry out this plan. And then finally is our hope is that we identify board and ILT members who are willing to lead different components of the plan. And again, the idea behind this, right, is we've all been through strategic planning processes where you produce a nice report and then no one ever looks at it again. So the reason why we organize for success, the reason why we create these structures, and the reason we're having this discussion today is because we're trying to get you set up so that you can make this a living document, right? And it becomes a part of the way that the ABC Community School Partnership operates from here forward. So our agenda today is on the screen. We've got basically 4 substantive sections. We'll start with a quick celebrating success discussion. Then we're going to go back to review the strategic plan. We know that we've presented different elements of the plan to you over the past several meetings. But we want to do it all in one presentation. So we've got ILT members lined up to go through and give a quick 30-minute presentation on where the plan now stands with a little bit of time for Q&A and clarifications. Then I'm going to give you a 10-minute break. We're going to come back and we're going to have some discussion around short-term success. I want your input on what you hope that the partnership can achieve over the next year and a half. I'm going to give you another 10-minute break after that, and then we're going to come back for our last substantive conversation, which is organizing for success. And Ellen and Marjorie have agreed to present a proposed committee structure that we're going to talk about today and hopefully get some agreement on. So that's the plan. Let's go ahead and move to our first conversation. And we are currently at 8:30, so I'm going to take we're about 10 minutes off. So I might try to do this in 15 minutes. Let's see how this goes. The question I have before you today, and I'm going to switch screens. But again, you might have seen a theme throughout today is the notion of achievements. And so we're going to talk about what we want to achieve moving forward in our later discussion. But I want to get us started by looking backward. And I think this is a really important thing to do at annual retreats, right? It's always important for us to take stock of where we've been and what we've accomplished and what we're proud of. And so my question for all of you, and I'm going to throw this open to everyone right now, not just board members. Thinking back to the beginning of the 2019-2020 school year through today, right? So that's roughly a year and a half. What have been ABC's greatest achievements? And I really want us to try to focus in on collective achievements, right? So like what difference has this partnership as a whole made? And obviously that time that we're going to be looking at includes the COVID era. Maybe era is too strong a word. It feels like an era, right? That keeps going on and on. But it includes this COVID period that we're currently living through. So I want you to be thinking not just about this COVID period, right? Like, are there things that ABC did in response to COVID that we want to recognize and acknowledge? But I also want you thinking about, if you can still remember back that far, right? Pre-COVID. Are there things that we did before the COVID era, last school year, that we want to make sure we acknowledge and that we don't forget? So I'm going to stop sharing this screen and I'm going to put up a Google Jamboard. And Deanna is going to help me with this. So let me just change my screens real quick. Be thinking about what you want to say as I pull up my next screen. And Gianna and I are going to be adding Post-it notes to this Jamboard. Can everyone see the Jamboard on the screen? Okay, let's just throw it open for some discussion. So again, the questions at the top of the screen, let's do this kind of rapid fire, right? What are some of the big achievements we want to lift up?
Well, I'll start. This is Barbara Peterson. I think putting community schools on the map with the PED and statewide as an essential intervention for schools is really significant.
Excellent. Deanna, are you going to be doing these Post-it notes? Do you want to do it together or do you want to take the lead? Oh, she's so good. Deanna, I'm going to have you do Post-its. And if you need help because things are going too fast, just let me know. Who's next? Ellen.
So I think adding on to what Barbara said, that we actually have a law. We have a community schools bill that passed, and that's huge.
Absolutely.
I would add to that too, that successful advocacy for actual state funding for community schools.
Absolutely, the funding piece of policy. Thanks, Chris. What else?
I think part of what Board Member Peterson said too is that we used it as a core in redesigning schools, and I think that also gave schools, I don't know how to word it particularly, but they want to be a community school now, more than like, oh, I'm a community school. So there's been this mind shift of wanting to be a community school and using it as a school improvement model that I think school communities have really engaged in.
Excellent. Thanks, Gabriella.
This is Marjorie. I would add that we are now, UNM is now training teachers to work specifically in community schools in teacher preparation through our teacher residency program.
Excellent. Keep it going. Who wants to go next? Just unmute and jump in.
Hi, this is Peggy. I think that the growth of partnerships, that people really want to be partners, and I think that's really important.
Great. And Peggy, do you have specific partnerships in mind that we want to call out?
Oh, no, because I think all of them are important and I don't want to forget somebody. I will not do that.
I hear you. Okay, keep it going. What else?
I know I've already talked, but at the beginning of COVID, the helpline that was established with the coordinators manning that helpline for not just families, but communities and students, they were available for that.
Great. Thank you, Chris. It's okay if people go more than once. Barbara?
The role in getting a complete count for the census, both before and during COVID.
So just briefly say just a tiny bit more about that. What specifically did ABC do to help with that?
The coordinators, many played a real role in like the complete count committees and used their access to the community, their partners and relationships in the community to really help break down some of the barriers that the community was feeling, and some of the fears about filling out the census.
Right. Keep it going.
I think we've instituted some guidance and direction for community schools in the sense of 2 principal academies that we've held, and the creation of a continuum that helps guide schools along with other systems.
Great. So that you said that was 2 different principal academies, Brian, over the past year and a half?
Yeah, an annual academy for the past 2 years.
Okay, great. What else? Keep it going.
Well, in education, students are the center of everything that we do. And I think that community schools did a great job, especially now during COVID, of building and maintaining relationships with students. And so, all through remote learning, it's been important to keep in touch with students. And that's what community schools have done best.
That's great. Let's take for just a second, let's zero in on the COVID period, right? There's kind of like 3 distinct eras, perhaps maybe more, but like there was the end of the school year when like everything went to heck and people had to like drop everything to respond, right? Then there was the summertime period, kind of that period where we didn't know what was going to happen. And then there was like the move to remote learning in the fall. That's just the way I see it, but there may be other ways to look at it. Let's just pull out, are there any other things that we want to lift up during this COVID period that we've lived through?
Angelo, just the fact that ABC was considered to be kind of the leader and the guiding force for everything that we just discussed, from the legislation to the PED in terms of direction. So ABC was looked upon as kind of the lead partner. So I thought that was critically important.
Okay.
Angela, can I say something along those lines with what people have said? I just want to give recognition to the different board entities, because each entity helped do some things that were kind of out of the box. Like, for instance, the city of Albuquerque allowed us to use Homework Diner money to pay for additional food pantries, so that there were a number of schools who had summer food pantries because of the COVID situation. And because we couldn't do Homework Diner, so they let us use that money for food for those schools. The county gave a grant to four or five community schools to do census work, which is what helped to allow what Barbara talked about. And I think, just the recognition of the entities being creative and stepping outside of the box and having that trust in the ABC team to manage that money well and use it for as close to the same intention as we could possibly do to help the community.
Excellent. Thanks, Tanat. Julie, I saw you unmuted. Do you want to jump in?
Yeah, I just wanted to bring up the fact that I think this group has really brought an awareness of the homeless situation. You see people that are homeless and there are these individuals on the streets, but then there's also the children that it affects so drastically. And so the children and their families. And I will just say that for the county and for the city, it really made it even more real and important that, this is something that we have to address. So I'm really glad that we're having this dialogue on the homeless situation.
Great, thank you, Julie. Okay, let's take a few more people who want to weigh in. I'm going to open it up to staff too, if folks want to jump in, and any other things that you saw happen over the past year and a half that are achievements we want to lift up.
I would add to the COVID stuff that community schools did a lot of work in helping Albuquerque Public Schools plan for the different scenarios and what it would look like, whether we're in remote, hybrid, and then actually participating and helping with trainings, especially with coordinators, so that those plans could be carried out.
That's right. Thank you, Chris. And you had, I mean, during that period of ambiguity, right, you guys had to plan for every contingency. So, yeah.
And just to piggyback upon Chris's comment, ABC was instrumental in creating a virtual community school framework in pivoting very well to this current reality.
Okay.
I think in regards to that a little bit too, just the work of the Downtown Collaborative, I think has been really neat to see community come together with smaller schools and leveraging the resources, but it's also been really neat to see as we navigate COVID that the kids, since they knew what Homework Diner is and they had something to hold on to, it was really neat to see that the community latched onto that, and it was something that continued as some sort of stability during COVID that the kids really latched onto. And I think that that is a real strength of the community school work in the Downtown Collaborative.
Excellent. Thanks, Gabriella. Any board members who haven't shared yet some achievements that you would like to lift up?
I'd like to say that the advocacy in DC was really important, and the recognition that was from at the federal level. And then the other thing, which is different than that, and it was kind of mentioned, is that there's a model that's been created that could be used across the state. And to me, that's, especially as you were joking earlier about the Northern New Mexico, hopefully that this will become something that spreads.
Yeah, and speaking of Northern New Mexico, and I keep harping on it. My family's from Taos, so that's why I keep saying all this. But like, Taos is one of those communities, right, where they really there are folks there that are embracing the community school model. So, thank you for that, Councilor Moreno.
Angela, can I also give recognition to UNM and Deanna in particular around the housing issue? They've been partnering with the law school and have had meetings with state leadership, our federal representatives, hosted town halls with Holland, with Lujan. There were just a number of things over the last 4 months to really bring awareness to the issue that we were facing and how lack of stable housing impacts education. And they have they are like Deanna's in every single meeting from the federal government down with Serge from UNM Law School. And those are just partnerships that neither one was successful on their own in being in those spaces. And the fact that the board allows the ABC team to really go where the information sends us is really important. And it's done a lot of really good work.
Great, thank you, Dana.
In the chat, Angelo, Enrico wants to highlight the work, that Jake's doing and the work in Meals Out to Children during the summer and beyond.
Excellent. Thank you for monitoring that, Daniel. And I saw someone unmute. Ellen?
Yeah, I just think it's incredible that we have maintained this intergovernmental public partnership throughout, that if anything, we've gotten stronger in our common goal to support the kids and the families. And I think maintaining this kind of partnership is something to shout out about.
Thank you, Ellen. Let's take a couple more comments and then we're going to move forward. Anyone else? Go ahead, Daphne.
You all know that education is kind of turned on a dime in a short amount of time, and we have staff that are working at home part-time, working in schools, and it's been, isolating. It's been a little bit challenging in many, many ways. And I think that the community and the collaboration that the coordinators have has allowed them to weather some of this storm and be able to continue to be as effective as they have been all along. And I don't know that they would have been able to do that as much without all of the, support and network of each other.
Great, thank you, Daphne. Okay, one more comment. Anyone else want to be the last one to close us out?
Angela, I just want to give props to the staff in Dennett in terms of the thinking about sustainability and diversification of funding. I know that COVID happened, but before that, we were able to, from United Way and a grant that we had, help support the hiring of a higher level community school coordinator at Rio Grande. I know DWS provides resources. Just constantly thinking about that is really important. And I think they do an amazing job at doing that.
Excellent. Thanks, Jess. And Barbara, you get the last word because you and Jess spoke at the same time.
And I also was going to do a shout out to the ABC staff folks, because I mean, not only the work, but what's so significant to me is that with all of the chaos, with all of the immediate needs that everyone is scrambling to meet, they haven't taken their eyes off of those long-term goals of what a community school really is, and not just letting it become a transactional agency, but really continuing to keep their eyes on the pillars and what the real deepening of the community schools is in the way they relate to the community, into the school itself, and not letting go of that bigger vision. And I think if we didn't have that core of leadership to help everyone maintain that vision, we would have lost it.
Right. Thank you, Barbara. I appreciate that. Okay, we're gonna wrap up this discussion so I can move us forward. What I'd like you to do is just take a few seconds and just take a look at the Post-its on the screen. And let me acknowledge Deanna's great work. She's really gotten to be a pro at Jamboard in arranging these Post-its so they can be read. These are achievements, and this is going to be the focus of our discussion after the presentation on the strategic plan. And so I want you to have in mind, right, what an achievement actually looks like, because I'm going to be asking you to think forward a year and a half. When we're having this discussion a year and a half from now, right, what are the achievements that we hope we will be able to accomplish in the next year and a half? So sometimes it's hard to think forward, but I wanted to give you a sense of what an achievement looks like, because this is kind of the conversation we're going to be having after the strategic plan presentation. So great work, everyone. We'll make sure that this Jamboard gets captured and is part of the notes so that we have it as part of our record for this planning work. With that, I'm going to stop sharing the Jamboard, and I'm going to move us back to our PowerPoint, and we are going to move to a presentation. And again, I'm just going to remind folks that we have presented every element of this plan so far. So this is going to be a recap of things that most of you have already heard, but you have not necessarily heard it all in one single consolidated presentation, right? So this is really kind of priming for the conversations that we want to have later today. And I've invited ILT members to co-present this, but I'm going to get us started. I want to give you a little bit of a kind of framing for this before I turn it over to Amanda to get us started. So on the screen, you'll see the 6 outputs that we agreed to when we got this planning process started earlier this year. And so the reason the work that we are doing in strategic planning, right, is really aimed first and foremost of building a shared understanding of challenges and opportunities faced by ABC. You'll recall we did a briefing book, right? I spent a lot of time interviewing folks and trying to understand what some of the current challenges and opportunities are. But a big part of our conversation is about upcoming opportunities, right? And how we're using strategies to address the challenges that have been identified. Our work is also about building a shared vision, long-term goals, and short-term objectives that are going to guide our work over the next 5 years. That's what we call strategic direction. We are also building a set of strategies that are prioritized that ABC is going to undertake starting next year. You're going to hear about those today in some detail. With the strategies, we're going to be creating action plans that are going to span the next year and a half that are going to have timelines for action. That work has not, it started a little bit, but today is really going to be giving guidance to action planning teams to get that work finished. And then fourth or fifth on the list is an understanding of how each of you individually and the institutions you represent can play a role in supporting the action plans. And we're going to really dive into that later today with the conversation around how we structure ourselves for success. And then the last output that we really think is hugely important is team development. And this was really, initially we were thinking this is helping the ILT come together as a team, as a new entity. But I want to expand the concept of team here, because I think what we now have, right, is board, ILT, and staff together working. What I really hope we see over the next year and a half is a really strong notion of team and teamwork across these three groups. Sense of purpose, mutual trust, and then ultimately an understanding of the role that each of you plays in this partnership. This visual up on the screen describes the outputs that are coming out of our process. And so you've seen this before, right? But on the left side is the outputs on the strategic direction side, it's vision, mission, and goals. Today, Amanda is going to present the vision and mission, and Madeline is going to present all 10 goals. On the right side of the screen, top quadrant is our implementation planning phase of the work. That is the identification of success factors and barriers and objectives. We're actually not going to go into detail about those three things today, but I want to just point out that the strategies, which we will be presenting today, came about because the strategies were basically built in such a way that they are meant to address specific objectives. They're meant to break down barriers, or they're meant to create the conditions, right? They're gonna help us achieve our goals. So the reason we spend time on those three things is because it makes it really easy to create strategies. So you're gonna get presentation today on all of the strategies from Brian, Jessica, and Sandra. And then the last part of our process, which we haven't fully begun yet, is action planning. And we'll talk later on today about how we envision that getting finalized over the next couple of months or so. So all of this is now in one document. You should have received the link to this in your email from Danette for today's meeting. If you have not spent time with it, I recommend getting in there and just spending a little time going through it. This is now the place where every time we finish some element of the plan, it's going into this document. And this will be your living strategic plan moving forward. And again, I really don't want this plan to never be used again, right? So we're gonna be really intentional about thinking about ways that we are constantly coming back to this plan and updating it, right, as we need to, because this can't just be something static that can't react to changing times. So with that, I'm gonna turn it over to Amanda, who's gonna get us started with vision and mission.
Good morning, everyone. First, if you hear squealing in the background, it is just my very anxious, excited 5-year-old getting ready to start kindergarten, her kindergarten day. So if you hear the yelling, that's what it is, and I apologize. Just as a reminder, the vision represents the future state that ABC Community School Partnership is working toward over the next 5 years. At previous board meetings, we shared the statement on the left side of the screen with you. But since then, the ILT has refined the statement to make it easier to read without losing any of the substance for the original vision statement. The new statement reads, we envision neighborhoods with community schools at the center, supported by systems that are equitable, aligned, and driven by a community-determined vision of holistic success for students, families, and communities. There are 3 key elements of the statement that I'd like to highlight for you guys. So first, the idea that our work is not just about community schools, but also about the neighborhoods in which they are embedded. Community schools are front and center in those neighborhoods, and they are inseparable from the larger context. Secondly, although the day-to-day work of our partnership often takes place in community schools, our larger vision is about the system that supports those schools. Specifically, we want to ensure that the systems are equitable, working in alignment with one another, and driven by the community. And finally, our vision of success is tied not just to students, but also to the families the community that surrounds and supports the students. Also, success, we imagine, is holistic, involving not just academics, but the health and well-being and the full range of skills and competencies that are needed to succeed in college, career, and in life. Next, we turn to our mission statement, which has not changed since the last time we presented it to you. As a reminder, a mission describes what we do, for whom we do it, and who it benefits. The mission statement reads, the ABC Community School Partnership promotes the holistic well-being and success of students, families, and community members by developing community schools, aligning resources, transforming systems, and facilitating community self-determination. ABC acts upon the strategic direction of the ABC Board of Directors and in partnership with local, state, and community organizations. The first part of the statement describes the benefits of our work, holistic well-being, and success for students, families, and community members. The 4 phrases in bold describe what we do. You can also think of them as the larger buckets of work that define the work of the Community School Partnership. Developing community schools, aligning resources, transforming systems, and facilitating community self-determination. And the final sentence describes for whom we do the work. As a partnership formally created by the Joint Powers Agreement, ABC acts upon the strategic direction of the board, and it also works in close partnership with many other organizations that are critical to our ability to accomplish this mission. On this slide, each of the buckets of work have been given additional definitions, specifically how we work. Community school development, providing technical assistance to school districts in the development of high quality, impactful community schools. Resource alignment and development, aligning and developing community resources in partnership with community schools. System transformation, identifying and dismantling institutional and systemic barriers that perpetuate inequitable student outcomes. And facilitation of community self-determination, creating formal and informal structures to facilitate the opportunity for community self-determination.
Excellent. Thank you, Amanda. And I want to say, never apologize for children in the background. And I think it's particularly appropriate for today's meeting, just as a great reminder, right, of why we're all here and why we're doing this work together. So Amanda and everyone else who's juggling parenting duties in addition to your work, I just want to give a huge shout out to you for your superpowers. Honestly, you do great work. So thank you, Amanda, for that. I want to turn to Madeline next, who's going to go through our 10 goal statements.
Thank you, Amanda, and thank you, Angelo. As a reminder, these goal statements are broad, long-term objectives that define fulfillment of our mission. So the first 3 goals represent our commitment to supporting the holistic success and well-being of students, families, and communities. So goal number 1 articulates the notion of holistic student success while defining an asset-based approach that engages students as partners in the work. It also notes the importance of creating greater opportunities for students that go beyond the classroom. In goal number 2, we describe the importance of developing strong systems that engage families as partners while recognizing the significant assets that they have to contribute to the work of the partnership. In goal number 3, it also describes the importance of engaging community partners and recognizing the assets that they have to contribute, while noting that achieving whole community well-being is a shared responsibility among all partners in a community school. Goal number 4 addresses equity and social justice. And this is an area that is particularly important to me personally and to the work that we're doing at Albuquerque Public Schools. A couple of months ago, our Board of Education we presented our equity policy and equity procedural directive, which they approved. And we're doing a lot of work right now around equity and anti-racism. And in fact, our 4 core values are culturally responsive curriculum and training, an equity-centered focus, an asset-based approach, and intersectionality. So what we're doing at APS mirrors what we're doing at ABC. So we're really excited about that work. Goal 4, equity and social justice. The statement reads, all decisions and policies are viewed through an equity lens and community partners are engaged as equal decision makers to influence the creation of anti-racist and anti-oppressive systems and structures. What this means is that we want to strive to be more proactive as a partnership in identifying and dismantling the systems and structures that continue to promote disparate outcomes for students and families. Additionally, it describes the commitment of our partnership to engage community partners more intentionally in the work of creating new, more equitable structures. This goal is foundational to much of the work that lies ahead, which is why we've created a strategic focus area for equity and social justice that Sandra will describe later in our presentation. The next 3 goals, data, public policy, and sustainable funding go together nicely. So goal 5 challenges us to develop a measurement system that is shared across the institutions represented in our partnership, with the ultimate aim of ensuring that we have the ability to continuously improve our work while demonstrating to policymakers and other stakeholders why community schools are worthy of their support and investment. So important for our work. Goal 6 affirms ABC's excellent work in the public policy domain over the past few years and challenges us to go further, aligning local, state, and federal public policy to be more supportive of community schools, development, and sustainability. It also challenges each of our institutions to look at our own small p policies to ensure that they are similarly supportive of community schools. Goal 7 is closely related to goal 6, but it speaks more broadly to one of the key threats that Angelo heard from multiple board members during his interviews, namely the need to secure sustainable funding for community schools. We have talked about this consistently, especially in light of COVID-19 and the budget shortfalls we are all facing. Goal 8 messaging also reflects one of the concerns that Angelo heard about in his interviews, namely the need to tell our story more effectively in the community. So to have more effective marketing of ourselves and everything that we have done. This goal challenges us to raise our profile and help people deepen their understanding of our work and align our messaging across all institutions. Goal 9 affirms the good work of ABC on the state and national stage, challenging the partnership to be a leader, not just in Albuquerque, but throughout all of New Mexico, to be that role model for all of New Mexico in building a stronger field of community school practitioners and contributing to a deeper understanding of how to implement community school strategies. Finally, goal 10 is about the institutions that are represented on the ABC board. We want to go deeper than ever before in generating policies and practices that facilitate alignment across institutions toward all of these common goals. As you'll see, goal 10, or the notion of alignment, is reflected in many of the strategies that you'll hear about from our next presenters. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madeline. That was excellent. Let's go ahead and go to, let me give a quick little overview of how we've presented these strategies or how we've organized them for you. If you've dived into the report, and as we talked about at the last meeting, we have we have bundled these strategies together into 5 distinct focus areas. The focus areas are collaborative leadership, robust implementation, equity and social justice, communication and messaging, and sustainability. Right, so I'm deep into this work now, so I've actually memorized the 5 strategies, the focus areas, but I want, at some point, like, I want those 5 focus areas to roll off of each of your lips as well, right? Because those 5 focus areas are going to be the things that we focus on intentionally over the next several years. So I'd like to have Brian get us started. He's going to take the first 2 focus areas, which are collaborative leadership, and a slightly reframed second focus area that we are now calling robust leadership. I'm sorry, robust implementation. Brian, get us started.
Thanks, Angelo. We will definitely get to a point where they roll off our tongue, for sure. Good morning, everyone. And so I'm here to cover strategy focus areas 1 and 2. And so from a principal support and school-centric perspective to your valuable perspective, I'm excited to share these focus areas. And so if you remember at the October board meeting, we presented this first set of strategies to you under the banner of site level policies and practices. Since then, we as the ILT decided to rename this focus area to better reflect the common theme that ties these strategies together, which is collaborative leadership. And you all know how critical that pillar is to our implementation and to our strategic focus as one of the 4 pillars in our framework. In our discussions, the view among members of the ILT was that we were going to achieve, that if we were going to achieve goals 1 through 3, which is that holistic approach to children, families, and communities, we needed to spend some time improving and deepening our collaborative leadership policies and practices. So as you see this slide, there's a lot of text on there. So I'm gonna go ahead and give you a general overview, and I'm actually gonna take one statement at a time. So I kind of break up reading the slide to you. Let's start with strategy 1A, student, family, and community engagement, which is to facilitate conversations with different role groups, starting with families and community partners, and even students to develop shared solutions to increase their engagement in community schools. So to simplify things just a little bit, these strategies will represent a sequential body of work. So as I read through them, you'll see how they build upon each other as we work through the next year and a half. It starts with strategy 1A, like I mentioned, involving a set of community conversations with all of those stakeholders, especially our students, to get their input, invite their engagement, and make sure we deepen our collaborative leadership policies and practices based upon their voice. In terms of strategy 1B, community school council expectations, we want to develop an agreed upon set of expectations for collaborative leadership and structures for all network schools to ensure that site-based leadership teams have actionable input into non-core instructions. And so this represents the work that needs to be done to develop those shared expectations for collaborative leadership across all the schools. And we do have to find that balance between the idea that when you go to a community school, you've gone to that one community school, but can we also bring some consistency to our effort as well? In terms of strategy 1C, whole school onboarding process, we want to design a whole school onboarding process that is flexible enough to meet school communities where they are, but also ensures that all stakeholders design an implementation plan, or at least the foundation to move forward on. And so with those shared expectations in place, this strategy represents the work that needs to be done to formally, purposefully onboard all partners into the work of each community school. Moving on to strategy 1D, education and training. Understanding of the policies and practices for all role groups. Develop and implement a series of trainings for different role groups, including families, community school coordinators, school staff, and community partners to increase their understanding of their role in collaborative leadership policies and practices. So between 1D and 1E, it's a two-pronged approach with these very important role groups, and it's to follow the foundational work, that both represent the need to develop these education and training modules and presentations for different role groups for community schools. And so 1D outlines the training that's needed for those groups. 1E is the education and training for educational leaders. Develop and implement trainings that can be used in the ABC network or statewide even for educational leaders at all levels to support their ability to carry out collaborative leadership practices, as we know how important the principal role in the implementation of our framework is. So this, again, as I mentioned, is specific to principals and focused on helping them really develop their set of tools in their leadership ability. Moving on to strategy focus area 2. Our second focus area has changed a bit since we last presented to you. Previously, this focus area was called system level policies and practices, and it included a different set of strategies. Since then, the ILT decided to rearrange the strategies in a way that better reflects the nature of the work that we need to undertake to achieve our goals. This new focus area is now called robust implementation and encompasses 3 strategies. So as you see on the screen there, you have strategy 2A, holistic measures, which is identifying non-academic indicators of health, well-being, and success that can be incorporated into ABC's shared measurement statement. So getting our measures in line, looking at how that can help with strategy 2B, which is implementation standards, in establishing implementation standards for all community schools in the ABC network to ensure consistent implementation and more reliable data collection across school states. And finally, and sequential building upon order, strategy 2C is the implementation fidelity and consistency. We have the measures, we have the standards, and now we will develop aligned policies and practices to ensure fidelity and consistency in the implementation of the community school framework at each site level. So strategy 2A, as going back up there, really looks at those non-academic indicators that can be incorporated into the measurement system. It's also necessary to define what we mean by holistic success. That's really going to be important for us to be clear on that. And then strategy 2B is creating a single set of implementation standards that we can all use and look to be able to see where we might be at in our implementation. And then with strategy 2C, it's that idea of fidelity and consistency and how those standards based upon those measures are being applied in each community school. Finally, I want to emphasize that this focus area is responsive to many of the concerns that Angelo heard in his interviews with board members, with all of you, about the need to ensure that all community schools are consistently implementing at a high level of quality with fidelity to community school best practices. Thanks, Angelo.
Thank you, Brian. So let's turn to Sandra, who's going to walk us through the third focus area.
Thanks, Angelo. And so as Madeline mentioned earlier, our next focus area is equity and social justice, which maps directly onto goal 4, which has the same name. And this is really important to me because I believe in equity. And right now at United Way, we're doing a lot of work around diversity, equity, and inclusion. And so it relates directly to what we're doing in our organization. And so as you can see, or as you might imagine, this focus area represents a really large body of work. And so the 2 strategies that you're looking at right now are the beginning phases of this endeavor. And so likely this is going to evolve over the next several years. But where we're going to start is with these 2. And so I'm going to read those to you. So strategy 3A, comprehensive equity and social justice training. Conduct trainings for ABC board members, ILT members, ABC staff, community school coordinators, principals, and other school staff and partners to deepen their knowledge of and develop a shared agenda concerning anti-racist and anti-oppressive policies, procedures, and practices. So that's the first phase. And then strategy 3B, ABC policies and procedures for equity and social justice. Establish internal policies and procedures for the ABC Community School Partnership concerning equity and social justice. So strategy 3A is the foundational work that we each need to do as individual members of the partnership, really regardless of where we sit or the role that we play. And we believe that the first step is building our individual and collective knowledge of anti-racist and anti-oppressive policies, procedures, and practices. To do that, we envision a systematic series of trainings for all ABC partners, starting first with the ILT, then ILT and staff, then widening the circle to include the board, community school coordinators, principals, and other school staff and partners to be sure that we're all on the same page. And then following the trainings, strategy 3B involves an internal review of policies and procedures for the ABC Community School Partnership, looking toward making recommendations for how our partnership can be more proactive in advancing equity and social justice in our work.
Great, thank you, Sandra. Let's go to strategic focus area 4, and Jessica is going to take 4 and 5.
Thanks, Angela. Thanks, Sandra. Cool. So communication and messaging, super important and something that I'm very passionate about, especially in terms of aligned action. Just want to say that this area, obviously, it was really important as expressed by the ABC board members, that ABC does need to do a better job of telling its story and raising its profile in the community. In this focus area, we'll begin with strategy 4A, developing a communication plan. So just to read it quickly, create and adopt a communication plan to create alignment and shared messaging across all partners and sectors. This plan will include a communications audit, kind of develop that baseline, and then we'll identify communication goals, audiences and channels through which to deliver our messages, and partners who can help get the messages into the community. And the strategy also acknowledges the need to coordinate across all of our institutions and creating alignment and shared messaging so that we are all singing from the same hymn book. So we all, I guess, as big institutions on the board and beyond, have our own comm and marketing teams. How do we bring them together to kind of align and create that shared understanding of that message and that brand, and making sure that we're all sharing that same message? So with the plan in hand, strategy 4B, communication engagement, that's where we're going next. Engage reporters, communication staff from partner organizations, community school coordinators, and other people with a role to play in helping to tell a unified and consistent story. And this involves engaging the people who can tell ABC stories the best, like reporters, communication staff, and PIOs from partner institutions, our community school coordinators, and anyone else who can help spread the word about our work. So United Way, we actually worked with ABC Community Schools to do a video and kind of share a message about how one coordinator's story overlapped with what she was doing also as an ABC community school coordinator, and that also aligned with our work. And so it was a great way to bring it all together. And I think there's a lot of potential here and excitement in that particular strategic focus area. And with focus area 5, sustainability. So this is a big one. Before I read each statement, I want to point out that 2 of these strategies, 5A and 5D, were previously included under system level policies and practices when we last presented to you. As the team, the ILT team, we decided to move them to this focus area where they fit more closely with public policy and sustainable funding. So 5A, community school friendly policies and practices. This is very robust. Work with ABC board entities and lead partner agencies to develop, align, and promote community school friendly practices, policies, and procedures to eliminate barriers and create the conditions that facilitate effective community school development and implementation. So with that said, this is the small p policy that Brian was talking about earlier, or the policies of each board partner and lead partner agency. And the work of this strategy involves identifying opportunities to create and again align to action and promote community school friendly policies and to eliminate barriers within our institutions that might be prohibiting, for example, coordinators to implement the pillars and work with their community in the way that they need to. And then realistically, this strategy is probably a multi-year undertaking, like I said, robust, with lots of potential entry points to get the work started. So during the next year and a half, we do envision starting with one or two issues. I'm going to hold that to the fire on that one, and then looking for opportunities to create strong alignment across institutions to support and advance our work. So 5B, public policy, engage with legislators and other state and local policy makers to increase their knowledge of community schools. This is the big P policy, or what is better known as public policy. And this body of work involves more formal, regular engagement with legislators and other state local policymakers to deepen their knowledge about community schools. So that really does align with communication strategies as well, and ultimately to cultivate a broader base of champions for our work. And then 5C, sustainable funding, identify, secure, and align sustainable funding streams to support community school development. So this is closely related, but is just not limited to government funding. An example, when I brought up earlier around United Way helping support a community school coordinator at Rio Grande High School, finding more of those streams. The work of this strategy responds to the concerns expressed by board members and in many ways of the board's efforts to identify, secure, and align funding streams to support community school development. And I just want to emphasize that this strategy is not just about fundraising in the traditional sense of how nonprofit organizations might approach that work. That securing sustainable funding is about funding streams, like we mentioned earlier, and seeking out opportunities to both increase and align those funding streams toward community school priorities and goals. And then finally, strategy 5D, system level partnerships to address identified needs. Develop and support system level partners that can help support families and address non-academic barriers to student success. This goes hand in hand with 5C in developing and supporting our system level partners. A lot of those partners that come into alignment with our community school councils on the ground at the schools, not just those represented on the board. And it's key to our ability to support all identified needs of students and families. We can never do all the work that needs to be done without our system level partners. And this is a way of also acknowledging them. And we know that there are many more partnerships yet to be formed in the years ahead. So with a lot of words said, I'm going to turn it back over to Angelo, and thank you.
Excellent job, presenters. Thank you so much. Virtual round of applause for them. I appreciate your great work in getting that all out. I want to acknowledge two things before I turn to a quick question and answer period. First of all, this is a big agenda, so I just want to acknowledge that. There's a lot in here. And I think the way that I want you to be thinking about this is not so much like every single strategy, like it's hard to remember every single strategy, but the 5 focus areas, right, are really what I want you to remember most, because those 5 focus areas, I believe are going to be the best way for how we carry this out. And ultimately, we're going to use these focus areas, as you'll hear about later, to organize ourselves. And along those lines, what I'll say is, like, if this were just the responsibility of ABC staff to carry out, I would say this is impossible because they're a small team and this is a big body of work. This plan is really about the partnership, right? It's about all of you and your institutions and how we organize the people across our partnership right? To be able to align to specific strategies and specific bodies of work to really help advance the big goals of the ABC Community School Partnership, right? So I want you to think about it through that lens, right? This is really I think a bigger undertaking than ABC has done previously in trying to figure out how we organize ourselves differently to be able to carry out a much bigger body of work over a long period of time. So with that, I want to move to some questions, but before we go there, I want to say that the next discussion, we're going to come back to these strategies. So you're going to have an opportunity to dig into them a little bit more. The conversation we're going to have, I'm going to ask you to think about over the next 5 years, we'll go through each strategy. What are some achievements that you can anticipate or that you hope we might be able to accomplish within each strategy over the next year and a half? So as we go through that exercise, you're going to get more familiar with these strategies, and I think you'll get a better sense of what each of them actually means. So, you might have some questions right now about details. I would save some of those till the next discussion because you might actually have those questions answered next discussion. Right now, it's just kind of big questions or clarifications. What's on your mind? Take a few of them, and then we'll move to a break. Are there any questions? And if there are no questions, we're good. But I'll pause for a minute. Any questions?
Angela, I was just gonna, this is Daniel Manzano. I was hoping maybe you can explain because data is such a huge piece of the strategic planning discussions in the ILT, and it's not necessarily a specific goal area on its own, but in the process, I just was hoping you could kind of expand on that.
Well, actually, data is a goal area on its own, and it lives in a couple of places in here, right? So data is actually goal 5, and the way that the goal was framed is actually not just the goal could have been let's gather data, right, to be able to demonstrate what's effective, but the ILT went a bit further. And it said, what's going to be more sustainable and actually help us get better data is building more of a shared measurement system, right? And a shared measurement system involves agreement of the indicators that we all are collecting together. And this is not just on APS, right? Like it's APS, the city, the county, United Way, UNM, all the partners, right? It's having some agreement on what constitutes success. And then let's make sure that we're all gathering data to be able to show if we're achieving that success. But it's also, so it's the agreement first and foremost, but then it's also at a very kind of granular level, right? The systems to be able to regularly collect data and to be able to actually embed data more deeply in the work. So data is represented there as a goal in terms of shared measurement systems. It's also represented in 2A for holistic measures. The particular focus here that ILT members talked about was really zeroing in on non-academic indicators or data, because if we want to actually talk about holistic success, well, we have to define that, and then we have to have clear measures to be able to say what holistic success looks like and whether we've achieved it, right? So that's why 2A is kind of the starting point for the implementation work. And then data is, I would say it relates to everything here in sustainability. Particularly public policy, where we know, right, those of us who have been engaged in policy work, that this is always like the first thing out of policymakers' mouths is like, do community schools work, right? What's the data that shows that they're effective? So I would say to your question, Daniel, that data is embedded in a lot of places in our work, and you do have a very particular goal area around data. Other questions?
Angelo, this is Peggy. I just have, if you could provide like some clarification. I know sustainability, I like how it just doesn't encompass just funding, but when we're looking at sustainability, we can't sustain something without some funding. So what is ABC looking at as really a priority when it comes to sustainability?
So I think my answer may not be satisfying at this moment, because my answer is going to be that this is really the question you asked is kind of the foundational question for the group that's going to be working on this strategy, right? And I would say, like, when the group gets together, that's going to be the working group for this particular strategy. Like, that's a starting question, right? How are we actually defining this? And I think what the strategy calls attention to here, Peggy, that I want to just call out for you is that it's, well, when we're talking about funding in the context of sustainable funding, a big part of it is that notion of funding streams. It's not just about, let's go out and get, you know, an appropriation that may or may not be there a year from now, right? It's about saying, you know, how can we really pull together this funding stream from PED and this funding stream that's maybe a federal funding stream and this funding stream that's from like workforce, right, with local funding, and doing it in a way where maybe institutions are making decisions about realigning those funding streams toward new priorities. That's tough work, right? And it's the kind of stuff that we envision happening in this particular strategy, a deeper dive into really looking at funding streams and how they relate to institutional priorities and where where funding streams can be realigned to support a common effort around community schools. I don't know that answers your questions satisfactorily, Peggy, at this moment, but I think this is like what you're asking the right question for what this group will be working on. Okay, one more question and I'm gonna move us forward.
I'll take it, please.
Go for it, Daphne.
So my sense is it's embedded in here in different places, but I'm not seeing an intentional bridge between non-academic supports and instruction. And I think it's been kind of a growing edge for us for quite a while. And maybe it's just because the indicators that are in the holistic are really focused, it, you know, calls out the word non-academic, but I really want to make sure that, and it may be in the implementation standards, that, and in the onboarding pieces, that we have a really clear notion about the bridge, the intentional bridges that we're trying to make, that the non-academic supports are also going to directly impact instruction and the whole development of students.
I think that's a really, really important insight, Daphne. And I want to suggest the two things that might be done to address that. One is when we get into our achievements conversation after the break, I want you to bring this back up again when we get to this. I think it probably fits under implementation standards or somewhere in this focus area, because one way we could think about it, right, is that you define an achievement that we're working toward, which is that we are actually, like, a year and a half from now, when we build these implementation standards, that we've actually created a strong bridge between the non-academic indicators and supports with teaching and with instruction, right, with what goes on in the classroom, and that the standards reflect that. That could be one way that you address it. That way, you know, if that's something we're working toward, then your action plan, right, will include steps to make sure that we get there. The other thing we could do, and these are not mutually exclusive, is we could modify one of the strategy statements just to make sure that that's explicit, right, and we don't lose sight of it. But I think your thinking is exactly right, Daphne, and I think you've given us a great example of the kind of conversation I hope to have after we come back from break around some of these focus areas where maybe there are some gaps that we could maybe fill in through the identification of some achievements or objectives that we hope to achieve. All right,
Actually,
I'm going to stop there. Danette, do you want to?
Real quick to that, yeah. So part of the discussion too in the ILT was in the first strategic focus area around the training, and it's in the education and training to include school staff and teachers around working. The conversation was about also not just how the wraparound services impact the classroom, but how teachers function differently within a community school. So it's also, that would also be a place where we could build out more around the outcome level, the achievement level, because it was definitely part of the ILT discussion.
And I think Danette raises a good point, right? There's connections between the focus areas. And again, one of the reasons why we want to organize ourselves to be able to carry out this plan is because we need to make sure that the focus areas aren't siloed and that there's crosstalk among focus area groups. And so we have an idea for how that can work. And the last thing, I'm not sure that this was conveyed as well as I should have said this at the very beginning of all of this. Brian mentioned it when he was talking, and others did too. A lot of these focus areas, the strategies are sequential. So even though this is a big agenda, right, what we're envisioning for most of these focus areas is that it's sequential work. So a lot of these strategies build on the ones that come before. And what we'll be doing, right, is organizing ourselves to be able to carry this out sequentially and very systematically over a period of time. We're going to look at the year and a half moving forward. But in some cases, this may take more than a year and a half to really achieve what we need to. And so we'll have that discussion right after the break. So with that, this has been a really long intro. We are a little bit off track, and that's okay. Let's go ahead and take until 9:45, 10 minutes. Go stretch your legs, take bathroom break, get some coffee, whatever you need to do. Feel free to turn off your videos, and we'll be back at 9:45.
Angelo?
Yeah.
Do you have a slide that says break?
I do.
Could you possibly add that to say break until 9:45 so that it shows up on YouTube?
I can. I've just got a cat here that is trying to step on my keyboard. So hold on a second.
That way, if somebody, because we do have 8 people watching on YouTube, so if they're like, what's going on, that they understand when it will resume. Thank you.
Yep. Okay. I'm getting it up right now.
I think it needs to be superimposed on a picture of that cat. Make us all feel better.
That's a big cat.
She's actually not that big. I think it's, the camera adds 10 pounds, right?
Train the cat to hold up a break sign.
Okay, can you see the break slide? Okay, I'm going to take my own break. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Perfect. Thanks.
Folks, if you can hear me, we'll get started again in about a minute.
Hear you. I set my my timer for 8 minutes.
Oh, 8 minutes, not 10?
Yeah, that way I'd be here.
That was smart.
But I had a few phone calls to make, so.
Those are quick phone calls.
Yeah, they're important ones, so.
Good.
You guys are doing amazing, by the way.
Thank you, Counselor. I appreciate that. This Zoom experience has been interesting, you know, it's not ideal.
You know, the thing is that I have to be honest with you, there's a lot of cases of COVID around.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, honestly, on the bright side, right? Like, thank goodness we have the technology to be able to continue doing our work like this.
Thank God, yeah. Definitely. I looked up the word sustainability, and I can forward this to you. There's 3 pillars related to sustainability, because we use that term a lot in planning. I can forward it to Danette, I guess, and then maybe she could forward it to you.
Yeah, I think that would be great, Counselor, because I think when that group starts meeting, that's an important conversation for them to have, right? What do we mean by sustainability?
Right.
And so I think that's helpful if we were going into it with a solid framework.
I can, let me forward this to you. Let's see how I can do this.
I think the way we've laid it out, though, right? Like the way that we are thinking about it in that focus area, the small P policy, big P policy, funding streams, and partnerships, right, really speaks to, I think, a recipe for how we sustain this work over a long period of time.
Right.
So,
give me your phone number. I'll text it to you right away.
Sure. It's for all those watching on YouTube, they'll have my number. That's okay.
Oh, no, never mind.
No, I don't mind. It's 505-903-6475.
903-6475?
Yep.
Okay, got it.
And people can just Google me and find it anyways, so not a big deal.
Okay.
All right, folks, we're going to get started again. If you're there with your video off, go ahead and turn it back on again, and we will jump right into our next discussion. And I'm going to have someone introduce themselves who's joined us. As soon as I see a few more videos turn on, we'll get started. Alicia has her video on now. It's good to see you, Alicia.
Nice to see you too.
You might have had it on earlier, but I couldn't see everyone's screens. Yolanda, are you there?
I am here, but I will tell you my brain is in 2 places, so I am listening in.
No worries. I'm just going to have you then, as we're getting people back on, if you wouldn't mind introducing yourself. And what we had everyone tell us in their introductions at the beginning was who you are and who you represent, and what was your first job?
Oh, okay. You ready now? Okay. So my name is Yolanda Montoya Cordova. I represent the Department of Workforce Solutions. I'm currently the Deputy Secretary there. I'm also on the APS School Board, so it's kind of like 2 hats, but in this instance, it's for Workforce Solutions. My first job, oh, this is going to make you guys laugh. I was, I think I was like 14, and I worked for a little dance studio down the street on Isleta Boulevard called Regina's Dance Studio. And I actually taught baton twirling lessons to 4- and 5-year-olds.
Nice.
So that was my first job.
So next when we can get back together in person, can you do a little baton twirl demonstration for the board?
Oh, you know, my granddaughters get a big kick out of it because my daughter did buy a couple of batons, and when I go to see them, They just love it when I do that. But
Excellent.
I actually did it all the way through high school. So who knew, right?
Excellent. Well, thank you for joining us, Yolanda. We know as a deputy secretary how busy you are with everything going on with COVID right now. So we appreciate you being here. And everyone's busy. I want to acknowledge that, not just Yolanda, but I just know working at a state agency must be extraordinarily challenging right now. Let me, I realized before I get us started, I forgot to tell you my first job, if anyone's interested. So my first job was an internship, and I think I was 15. It was at Lovelace Respiratory, the Research Institute. Does everyone know there's a Lovelace Research Institute? It's different from Lovelace. And I was a lab assistant, and I had to count paramecia under a microscope, and I subjected them to all sorts of torture and looked at the rates at which they died under a microscope all day long. And for anyone who doesn't know what a paramecium is, it's a little single-celled organism. Yeah, it was an interesting experience, that being my first job. So let's go ahead and jump right back into our discussion today. I'm going to pull up a Google Doc in just a minute, but I'm going to frame this discussion for you so you know what's about to happen here. We're going to dive back into these strategies again, right? So it's going to feel, the next hour is going to be a little bit taxing on our brains, right? Because we're going to be going through these. And so it's going to be your opportunity to start to get more familiar with the strategies and what they actually mean for our work together. And the framing, the question that we're going to be asking you is on the screen. And it is, when you think about the strategies that we just reviewed, and again, I'll put them on the screen so you'll have them in front of you. How should we define success by the end of the 2021-22 school year? All right, so roughly a year and a half out. How should we define success? In other words, what are the major achievements that we can expect these strategies to produce over the next year and a half? I'm using the word achievements here, right? Very intentionally. Typically, we might talk about objectives. And what I've found in doing the strategic planning work in the past 6 to 8 months is that like objectives sometimes don't really, that word doesn't resonate with a lot of folks. And I have to, I sometimes struggle to explain what we mean by an objective. And really what an objective is an achievement, right? What have we achieved as a result of a particular strategy? And I hope that the exercise that we did at the beginning, when we asked you to reflect on the achievements over the past year and a half, will give you a kind of model for what an achievement looks like and feels like, right? So that's the conversation. The other way to think about this that Ellen suggested as a framing is something that educators know well, and that is the notion of planning backwards. So when you start with the end in mind, right, it makes it a lot easier to actually build your action plans. And so what I want you to be thinking about as well as we're getting into this, and you know, I keep previewing that we're going to be talking about organizing for success, but essentially what we're going to be getting out of this discussion is you all, the board particularly, are going to be giving some guidance to our committees that we're going to be creating for what success looks like so that they can backwards plan from that, right? And they can start building out milestones and activities that are going to help us systematically move toward that vision of short-term success, right? So you're helping the next phase of this process by defining the end state over the next year and a half, and that way we can plan backwards from there. Okay, does that make sense? So there's two ways to think about the conversation that I'd like for us to have, and I'm going to give you even more examples as we get into this. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen, and I'm going to pull up a Google Doc, and I'm going to be taking notes in real time. Bear with me for 1 second. And let's see, can everyone see on the screen right now is a Google Doc, and at the top it says worksheet defining short-term success. Okay, I see thumbs up. So what I'll do as we move through this, just to keep us focused, is I'm going to highlight the strategy we're talking about, and we're going to talk about each strategy in turn. So again, this might start to feel a little tedious after a while. So bear with me, because I think the key here, right, is I want you all to start thinking more deeply about what these strategies actually mean and what they entail for our work together. So we're going to start with the first focus area, which is about collaborative leadership. Remember, there are 5 strategies here. And again, they're sequential, right? So 1A is this idea of engagement. It's facilitating conversations with different role groups, starting with families and community partners. We added and students in brackets because we didn't really have a deep conversation about that, but I think the sense among the group is that students also need to be engaged. And the idea here is to develop some shared solutions to increase their engagement in community schools, right? So the idea is to go out and have conversations with these key role groups as a starting point for deepening our work around collaborative leadership. I've given you an example of a couple of achievements, potential achievements here, just so you get a sense of what we're aiming for. This is, I don't want you to overthink this. So like one achievement might be that as a result of this engagement, we have increased representation of all role groups on our community school councils. So, right, so maybe in certain schools right now, you have underrepresentation of certain community partners, or maybe families are really underrepresented. The idea would be that there's increased representation across all of the critical role groups. Second example might be that an achievement is that we will have conducted, let's say 3, or whatever number you put to it, right? 3 major community conversations with key role groups. If you think about like that planning backwards notion, that achievement is really great because it gives us something to work toward, right? If we're aiming to have 3 major community conversations over the next year and a half, then in our action plan, we've got to get organized to actually to do that, right? And we would probably have the conversation spaced over some period of time, and then we would have work that would have to be done to ensure a successful conversation at each key milestone. Okay, so that's kind of the nature of this. Let's kind of get started. Let's see how this goes, and I can give more examples if needed, but I want to just open it up here. And I want to start with board members before ILT members jump in. Board members, what is your sense of this community engagement work in terms of what we should achieve as a partnership? Or if you want to affirm any of the examples and we can accept those, we could do that as well. Do you need more instructions? What might we achieve, right? Why are we doing this engagement work? Why is this foundational to the work of collaborative leadership? What do we hope will come out of it?
I guess I would ask for, we would look at how many schools already participate in with community schools, how many schools in the city are participating, and then looking at measurable successes in those schools, but then looking at what schools maybe we would expand into, and what areas of the city are we targeting? How do we grow the program? Because we've already got so many schools that are participating, and then looking at what the need is, and then, having those measurable goals, to me, that would be important.
So identifying the needs, let me start with the second one, could be an achievement, right? Like as a result of those conversations, that we have a better sense of what the needs are, and that becomes kind of a basis for our collaborative leadership work. So that's great. The second one maybe takes us a little bit further. And so I'll just highlight it on the screen, but I think what I heard you saying is that this is maybe the conversations could help give some information around growth strategies for community schools. Is that kind of what you're getting at?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Let's just take one or two more. Or anyone else want to lift up an achievement that we're working toward with this strategy?
I would maybe chime in and say, and we could figure out how to measure it, but then maybe because this engagement piece is so important with the students and the families, to ensure that their engagement is increased, they feel and believe that their voices have been heard, that they're contributing to the solutions.
And Angelo and the group, maybe the idea that they're clear about their role or what collaborative leadership means And so as it relates to needs and engagement, they would be able to set some goals as to how they would contribute.
This is Yolanda. I think part of this too is making sure that those that are engaged with the community schools, that we're also meeting their goals too, right? I mean, it has to be both ways because they're going to come in and want to be a partner for a reason. So we need to articulate those agreements and those shared goals with each other, and that it's not just for the school or just for the kids, but it's also for that organization. And I think that needs to be understood so that it could be a win-win for both.
Okay, Yolanda, let me know if I didn't capture this accurately on the screen, but the notion that it's two-way, I think is what you're getting at.
That's correct.
Okay.
The other thing, and this might get addressed on strategy 1D and 1E, but I think having educators from the school engaged in the council as well, that it doesn't say it explicitly. I think we sort of assume, but it seems like some councils are really heavy with staff and their weakness is the community and the family representation, but it seems like other councils are definitely heavy with the sort of provider and partnership, but doesn't have the school educator voice.
Yeah, so let's maybe that goes under 1B, Barbara, and I want to maybe move us to 1B if we're ready to go there, because and again, if people want to add to any of these, let's just stay within the focus area for now, and I'll keep us moving. And if anyone wants to back up and add an achievement to a strategy that we've already covered, we can do that. But this idea of what you just articulated, Barbara, let me just throw this back to you and just see if it makes sense. 1B is about community school expectations. So it's the agreed upon expectations for collaborative leadership and structures for all schools. And so maybe this is where this fits, right? Maybe the notion of really being clear about who sits on the community school and which groups should be represented is kind of where that lives. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay.
Can I just add 1 to 1A before you move on?
Yes.
I'm just thinking that it needs to be, and I'm not sure exactly what it is, but it needs to be more than just the council representation. And so when we're looking at family, community engagement, it needs to be beyond just who sits on a council at a community school. How are they determining what the needs are in the families and the community and the response to those needs?
So Chris, let me make sure I understand. So what you're suggesting is, as these community conversations are being done, that it not just be with council members, but a broader engagement?
Yes.
Okay.
And if I could add to that, that there's an intentionality around representation, linguistic, cultural, a variety of, if we're gonna come from an equity lens, every single one of these strategies have to have an equity dynamic.
Yep. Okay. Excellent. So Daphne, that was Daphne, right? What I'm hearing you say is that in the conversations, there's some intentionality around who sits at that table, and that there's an equity lens in terms of who's being invited into that space to contribute. Correct?
Sorry, I was nodding. Yes.
Okay. Excellent. So let's move to 1B then. And again, this one starts to get at like really getting clear in the community school parlance. Site-based leadership teams is the term that's used. It's what's in the state act, but we call those community school councils. And so the idea here, right, is having some consistency and common expectations across all councils in all ABC network schools. So what do you think might be some achievements here? I've given you one example that may or may not be appropriate, but it's the idea that all ABC network schools adopt a set of common practices specifying how community schools inform decision-making within community schools.
And on that one, Angelo, this is Ellen. I think it's important to have an expectation or somehow that they are connected with instructional councils, that they're not siloed.
So that the achievement there would be are formally, maybe formally connected, right? To,
There.
I don't want to add words to your mouth, but like, and I'm going to add, say what you said, and they're not siloed from each other.
Thank you, Ellen. I was going to say the exact same thing.
That's great. So maybe there's some formal agreements right around how the two work together. Okay, what else? Or do we have good achievements here that can guide the work for this strategy?
Angela, if I could add, I think one of the achievements here would be that we have a clear understanding of the, I don't know how to say this exactly right, but the power of the decision-making power, and that it is actionable, like a clear understanding of how that works within every community school so that it's consistent.
And I'd like to take the example off of what you have there, Angelo. I think that that's should be more than just an example.
So Chris, you're proposing we accept this one as an achievement?
Practices.
Okay. Is there anything else you want to add to this list? I think this is a good list of achievements for this one. Anything else though?
I just want to take off on something that was said earlier. I think community school council members should have a knowledge base and be able to articulate and connect the non-instructional. Okay, I got to stop looking at that language. There is this wealth of knowledge about how when you work on the non-instructional, the instructional stuff is better. And so there's this need for community school councils to understand that research, be able to articulate it and make those purposeful connections between how you take care of the whole child. It's also evident in learning.
So
how decide what words you want to use.
So basically, let me just get the gist of it, right? Like that there's an understanding of how the instructional and non-instructional, what's the noun here?
Goals connect or focus?
No, what instructional activities, practices, is it practices? So the idea is that have a knowledge base and be able to connect, articulate and connect instructional and non-instructional practices. Is that what you're getting at? Okay.
Sure. Thank you.
And Ellen and Angelo, I'm trying to figure out if it might be too much for the community school council to be familiar or at least know about the school's 90-day plan and building that connection.
Well, okay, so Brian, on that, why wouldn't community schools be part of a 90-day plan? Like,
Agreed.
So is that an achievement?
90-day plans are not connecting the different aspects of schools as an expectation. In a community school, there should be an expectation that community school strategies are part of 90-day plans, right?
Correct.
Okay.
An articulation of the IC and the community school council immersing in the 90-day and being part of that.
And that's sort of brought to mind for me that there needs to be a dynamic relationship between the building level administrator and the community school coordinator. That shouldn't, I mean, in my mind, that wouldn't be the only tie between instructional council and community school council. But if that's not there, I think it leaves a real big gap.
So Barbara, is that like when we think about an achievement and part of 1B is like a formalization of a lot of these practices, right? Do you imagine that like part of adopting a set of common practices is that we're actually defining that relationship more clearly or explicitly? Is that what you're getting at?
It seems like we need to. I mean, I certainly shouldn't be the final word on this, but it does seem like when there is that dynamic relationship, it really makes for a healthier relationship between the two.
Okay. let's move to 1C, and we can, again, you can always add to these lists, but 1C now, again, these are somewhat sequential. I would say 1B and 1C kind of go together. But like 1C now is once you've got these expectations or the expectations are under development, as you're bringing new people into school, right, there's some formal process by which they're onboarded into community school work. And that part of that onboarding, again, to the theme, is that new partners coming in or new people coming in understand what collaborative leadership is and have an understanding of their role. So what would be one example here, right, would be like the most obvious one, right, is that we come out of this with an approved onboarding process for any community school, not just new community school. What would be some other achievements?
Angela, can you answer a question before we go there?
Yep.
One of the things I'm struggling with is that a lot of this is conversational and not doing something. I want to make sure we talk about things that there are actions expected of participants, not just conversations.
Actions expected of which participants? Of us or of the community school council participants? I wasn't clear.
I think some of our achievements should be actual engagement of people doing things, not just talking about doing things.
Okay, I'm not sure I understand completely, Ellen. Give me, so like which of these achievements? So which of these achievements maybe doesn't address what you're saying? Are there some that could be sharper so that we really get at the point you're making?
So I guess if I'm getting engaged if I'm onboarding, what am I doing? Am I just listening?
Oh, I see.
Are there this is Scott, I'm sorry, are there common factors that we expect to be onboarded for each member of a community school? Are there things that they need to know? Does that include the type of services that are provided? Are they aware of where parents can turn for support? Are they educated on what their responsibility is as a teacher at a community school, which could look a little different than, say, at a non-community school? I think those are some things that we're pointing to. I mean, I'm looking back at things like the dynamic relationship. I think that's important. What Ellen's point is how do you measure that?
Yeah.
Did they meet? Okay, we met. Did that make a dynamic relationship? So those are great. It's great language. It's understandable, but I think we need to be able to point to some measurables at some point and say, this is something that did happen. There was a process where we shared X amount of information. Does the teacher have to pass a quiz? I don't know, but that sort of thing.
Well, and maybe what you're getting at, Scott, now is the notion of, did any of it make a difference at the end of the day, right? So like we created these formal policies and we have new procedures that define the relationship, but has anything really changed? Did it really contribute to making a difference in some meaningful way in the school? Is that accurate?
Yes. I mean, I go back to family and community engagement. I mean, one of the measurables to me might have been, do you see an increase in the number of families taking advantage of the services that are provided? Do you see, more kids attending if there's an afternoon tutoring or a homework diner or a medical health or a food pantry? Are we tracking numbers of people involved and seeing what kind of progress we're having there?
Yeah. So Scott, I think you raise an important point, and I'm not sure, Ellen, if it's getting at your comment, but I think let me broaden the achievements frame a little bit, right? So some of what we've been listing here are process achievements. And I want to also challenge you now to think about
product.
Yeah, product, right? Or outcome.
Yeah.
So, what are the specific outcomes maybe around if we're thinking collaborative leadership, the outcomes might be tied to the people participating in the school. So maybe it's, families, right? As a result of being more deeply engaged and understanding their role, they're more effective in being able to support their children's education or to be able to support leadership in the school. That's a kind of outcome that takes us beyond process. So let me throw that out there and see where that takes us. let's look at 1C though and see what else we can start adding to this list so I can keep us moving.
Okay.
So this is Marjorie. Would it make sense to suggest that as part of the onboarding process that schools have a peer mentor school, like they're partnered with a school that's already a community school to, work through some of those processes to assist with the onboarding?
So did you say peer mentor schools are identified? Is that the achievement? Or and peer
Peer mentor schools are identified and used as a resource throughout the onboarding process.
Okay, cool.
And Angelo, for me, as I put on my principal hat, and I'm probably living in process land for a little while longer, a timeline and maybe some benchmarks. So if I'm onboarding, I kind of see if I'm on track or not.
Yeah, okay. So I actually think you guys that these process achievements are okay for these two particular strategies because these are very processy. They're kind of foundational for the later aspects of the strategy of the focus area. But again, I want to challenge you, if you see outcomes that we want to potentially identify here, that we do that as well. Let's move to 1D and 1E, which are both education and training. 1D, just to differentiate, is really, the way we're thinking about this is it's kind of like the foundational training around collaborative leadership, right? It's ensuring that if you represent a role group, that we've got formal trainings in place that help you understand what collaborative leadership is, how you can play a role in the school. You understand the community school model and what the other pillars are and how they work together. Like, it's kind of that foundational piece, right? What does everyone need to know to function effectively in a collaborative leadership model? And then 1E is specifically tied to the principals and educational leaders and is more about practice. It's like, okay, now you're running a community school, right? What's the knowledge and what are the skills you need to build to be able to do that work effectively? And that for both of these, right, like that the trainings are common across all schools. So what are some achievements in 1D or 1E that we want to lift up here?
Angela, this is Peggy. So when you looked at the first bullet, you're talking about making sure that 80% of families are basically trained in best practices. So we want to make sure that that is all role groups. That would be the coordinators, the staff, the community partners. And I think for the staff and coordinators, it has to be 100% that are, they all have to know what's going on. It can't just be 80%.
Yeah, so like this was my example, right? And let's use it as a starting point because it's a way that potentially we're getting to, again, it's a process achievement in terms of numbers of people trained. And you all have to kind of give some guidance around what percentages are realistic within the next year and a half. But the idea here that Peggy has lifted up, right, is that we're making some sort of commitment that these trainings are going to be widely made available, right? And so some percentage of schools are training some percentage of their various role groups in community school best practices. So let's have a little discussion. What are the right numbers to put to this, or is there a better way to frame it? And staff, feel free to weigh in on this because, or APS folks, because I know that this is a big lift. And so I don't know if like 100% is realistic, or maybe it is. I just don't know. I don't have any sense for that.
I think, Angelo, that it's realistic to say 100% of the schools, but I don't think it's 100% of the population in those schools based on our experience thus far.
And it's probably some percentage of the people within each role group, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what is realistic? Or is that later to be defined, right? I mean, because we could give this back to the group and to say, what do you guys think is realistic? And maybe it's a different number for different role groups.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yep.
What are the role groups that we're looking at a percentage on?
So the ones we've named here, but it's probably more than this, are families, coordinators, school staff, and community partners. And I'll ask Danette if there's more that you are thinking about.
So depending on the length of the training, school staff, you could do a pretty extensive percentage there, but when you're looking at families and community members, that might not, so you might have to maybe split that. So if it's a simple training that can be done, I'm just making this up, in 15 minutes at a staff meeting, that could be 100% of staff could be trained. But if it's an all-day training and you're going to need subs, and that's going to be a less percentage. And then when you're looking at family members, what's the avenue for training them? And is it an online training? How long would it be? Is it just a communication training? So I guess it's hard to say those percentages till we know exactly what the training or trainings look like, is what I'm trying to say.
I hear you, Chris. And I think what I would recommend at this point is that we give this now back to the work group that we're going to create. And so I think you've given them enough guidance, right? Because what you've laid out is a marker, right? We want every single network school to engage in trainings. But you all need to decide what percentage of people within each role group is realistic to get trained over the next year and a half. And then they define those numbers. And then what we'll do, right, is when we report back and report on progress, we'll be looking at how close are we getting to that target. Are there other achievements for this strategy, 1D or 1E?
The only one I would add is perhaps a representative from each role group is involved in designing the training, so that everybody has a say in what the training looks like.
Yep, that's great.
Yeah, and I think Mike's thought is a little more simplistic, that I think an achievement would be developing the trainings, Yeah,
exactly. So I mean, the achievement is that by the end of this 1.5 year period, right, we have a set of trainings that have been developed and approved for use.
Angelo, I also think, I know we're on 1D and 1E, but at 1C, taking off the example that an approved onboarding process for any community school would be that, but I also would like to see, I don't know if it's part of that bullet or another one, that 100% of our existing community schools have gone through a modified version of that onboarding.
So here's where I want to ask my question in a different way. We want to have training as a strategy in understanding collaborative leadership policies and practices. Is it now or later in this process that one of our achievements would be increased numbers of people engaging as leaders in collaborative leadership? So it's not just an understanding of, but it's actually taking on a behavior.
Yep, I think that's great, Ellen, and that starts getting into outcome territory now. Right, so now we're saying, here's the impact of people going through a training, right? Increased engagement. So I like the way you framed that. Barbara?
Going back, I think it was back up under 1A, where someone said doing these non-instructional things has instructional impact. And I'm going to kind of throw a ball of wax out there and rely on someone to kind of rein me in and figure out how to state this. But as part of the training, I think we really need to alter what our expectations are, in a way, that this all gets sort of tangled up and is part of this bigger vision of what are we asking of teachers, what are we asking of students, what are we asking of schools as a whole, and knowing that simply sticking to old styles of teaching, old styles of expectations aren't working, not just in COVID times, but really in a bigger picture. So I'm going to throw out an example. I was at a community school council meeting, and there was a teacher in tears about not just the stress, but the fact that she knew that she couldn't deal with her group of students without putting all of the timelines aside, without putting the minutes, the expected instructional minutes to the side, and spending half an hour every day just doing that wellness check of how are you doing? What's going on in your life? And she was actually concerned about, am I going to get in trouble for saying this? That part of building the community schools, I think, also means allowing educators to engage in students' lives and therefore families' lives in a way that we haven't been able to do in the past. But that means giving up a certain structure that we're used to. But if we don't change that structure for teachers inside of a classroom, I don't believe that the long-term impacts are going to be felt of what we're asking a community school to do.
So again, what you're saying here is that you're articulating like the linkage again between teachers and the other role groups.
Mm-hmm.
And so when you're saying our expectations of different role groups has been altered, you're saying teachers' expectations. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And what demands get put on teachers for outcomes need to also be altered.
And I think, Barbara, on that point, in community schools and beyond, the workforce needs to have trust that time and effort put into the foundational needs of the whole child will end up is a part of their job. I mean, this high stakes testing culture for the last 20 years has made it feel as if we won't test well, meaning we won't do our jobs well unless we focus only on academics rather than the whole child. And how do you help teachers flip that and understand that by attending to the whole child and their family, that the outcomes are actually better? Like, how do they trust that? They have no experience with it.
Let's move to the last one because I need to move us forward in this process. We've got a really good list I think we're working with here, and I think you're having a really rich discussion. I hope these strategies are starting to come alive a bit more in terms of having this discussion. But let's now focus on 1E, which is really trainings around principal practice, essentially. We broadened it to educational leaders because it could go beyond principals, but really we had in mind as a starting point, community school principals. So what might be some achievements you would hope would come out of this? I gave an example here. Some percentage of community school principals receive the training in community school implementation, which is, I think, assumes, to Brian's point, that we have developed a training and that we have a training in place for principals.
I think it was Marjorie who talked about mentorship or partnerships. And it seems like part of the training should be figuring out a structure, and it may already exist. I may just not know about it, but that mentorship of incoming principals, for instance, to be able to work with and be mentored by principals that are experienced in community schools.
I think also to go along with that, there's a clarity of roles in who supports principals, whether it's our PSS team, ABC, various, folks who are clear on our roles as we deploy.
I don't know if this is getting too much into the weeds, but is there a place for surveying or interviewing principals who are community school principals to know what types of training they believe they need as we move forward? And I'm wondering how this fits with the onboarding process. So as a principal, do I have to go through this education and training first before my school can be onboarded as a community school? Or does this happen simultaneously as my school is coming on.
Okay, so last point, Marjorie, to just clarify, what would be we're getting clear on the who gets the trainings in terms of new schools and old schools? Not old schools, but like existing schools?
Right. I would see this as an opportunity for all principals to come together. Maybe there's a biannual convening of all community school principals, no matter what level, whether you're just thinking about it or you have been doing this for 6 years. So,
And on that note, one way to really deepen understanding for people who are community school principals is to be part of designing training for new principals. Same goes with staff and community. I mean, when you're involved in teaching others, you learn.
The other place for it is to combine it with some of the work of our the principal training program we have with the All program, or NAPS, or whatever acronym we use these days. But I think that if we almost like include it as a module for aspiring principals, I think that, you know, the work of the framework of community schools is important for all principals to have an understanding for.
No more.
And I think adding a module to some of the work we do with aspiring principals would be helpful.
Okay, I'm gonna pull us to a close with this focus area because I need to move us forward, but we've got a really great list to start with here. Is there anything else that we want to lift up? Because again, we're gonna give guidance now to a group, which we'll describe to you later, to take these ideas and to start to really get a lot more specific about what's achievable, truly achievable, right? And then to get very detailed around what needs to be done to accomplish this body of work. Anything else you want to lift up here?
John, could you add in the community school implementation, that first bullet, both community school leadership and implementation? We've had a lot of conversations around what it looks like to lead in a school that has so many diverse groups and partners.
I'm sorry.
Your underachievements under strategy 1E. I like your example.
Okay.
Just adding to the example, because I like that one, community school leadership and implementation.
And well, I wanted to add something around, you know, families in particular moving into collaborative leadership. You know, I don't know what the achievement's going to look like, but I know that we have to, it's not about just letting someone know that we're committed to collaborative leadership. We need to build families' capacity, and if we to do so. And there's cultural issues that are attached to that. And it's the same thing with students. You know, in order to have a, you know, truly feel like you have a voice, our councils need to be able to, you know, build up the capacity of some non-educators in particular in terms of their ability to support shared decision-making.
Thank you, Daphne. I put it in two places here because it could be part of community school expectations, right? And that's part of the work there is the focus on capacity building. But it could also be an outcome, partial outcome from the training. Does that make sense to you? Okay, let's move to focus area 2. We're at 10:32 right now, and I want to keep us going. I think you all now have a pretty good feel for how this goes. And so let's dive into implementation because this is a really important topic that has come up a lot. And I want to start with 2A, which is holistic measures. Again, the idea here was focusing in on the non-academic indicators and defining those so that they can be incorporated into the shared measurement system. And ultimately that this is tied to our goals around holistic success, right? Like the part of the conversation was, we say holistic success, but what do we mean by that? We got to get a lot sharper about defining it. So what would be some achievements that you can imagine from this strategy? And again, some of it might just be restating the obvious, right? Which is, so let me start with like the obvious, and I don't mean this in a derogatory way, but like the obvious thing, just looking at the strategy, right? And sometimes it just re-articulating the strategy is that we have a set of non-academic indicators that we've all agreed to. Like that's the starting point for our achievements.
So this is Scott again. This is where I think a lot of those services that the community schools provide, you need to start taking measurements on how many people are engaging with. So if you do a food pantry, how many families come? If you have a shot clinic, how many families take advantage of that? If you have just a general community meeting, how many people attend? And then trying to measure that over time as you repeat these services.
Okay. So Scott, what I captured up here is that maybe what we're working toward, right? The achievement is that it's a systematic measurement of all.
This is Yolanda. Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Yolanda.
I think a holistic measure over time, or one of the indicators could also be just maybe the number of families that actually are enrolled in some sort of healthcare, successfully are linked to Medicaid or to some sort of health plan or to a health home.
I was thinking in terms of the city relationship specific to like out of school time clubs. We have this conversation over and over of what does success look like other than just grades, so I don't have a specific answer still, but maybe something along the lines of learning a new skill, increased social interactions, or like tie to community because of it, something along those lines, specific to the clubs.
I guess for me, the holistic nature makes it a heavy lift in reference to measures. The idea of maybe building that bridge between the participation and engagement in these services and how we can get some insight from families on how it's impacting their ability to learn and or achieve instructionally or otherwise. Survey or...
If I would also like to chime in a little bit, and I'm listening to what Christine was saying, and I think, or Kristen, I guess, I'm thinking about ties for the youth in terms of, participation in youth programs, participation in, for example, baseball activities or things that are happening, sports related, and also looking at crime in terms of the youth and reducing those numbers, because if the more they're engaging, the less they're going to be out on the street.
And then I'd like to suggest that we look at things that are qualitative, not just quantitative. If we're going to, there are a lot of ways in which the teachers can talk about the quality of their engagement and success in school anecdotally.
So sorry, Ellen, so what's the achievement there? It's more like getting the teachers engaged in this conversation. Is that part of it? Like,
yeah, anecdotal information from teachers about non-academic indicators that were making a difference. I have lots of ideas and no words today.
Well, so can we just, I'm gonna put words in your mouth, so tell me if this makes sense, right? But the idea would be that teachers are engaged and provide information about non-academic indicators that make a difference in student learning and well-being, right?
Right, and I just want to say it's qualitative, not just I think when we get into indicators, we think we have to count it all.
Yeah.
I think the anecdotal information from the teachers is just as important.
Okay.
One of the, oh, sorry, Chris. This is Sandra. One of the things that I was thinking about in the context of mission families is we're talking about how are we going to measure family stability, and we're looking at a resilience measure. And we're in the process of determining what that will be, but we're looking at things like social determinants of health. And I don't know if that's too big of a picture, but I just thought I'd put that out there. And then one of the other things that occurred to me was, I don't think it happens very frequently, but the Youth Risk and Resiliency Survey, YRRS. Anyway, those were just a couple of things in my brain.
One of the things I was thinking about as I look at this is, what about referrals? You know, student referrals. You know, we do a lot of referrals of families in community schools, but we don't necessarily think about the student referrals for those non-academic supports. So what are they? You know, are they getting referred? In a community school, is there a higher expectation that there might be more follow-up for those referrals when we refer students to services? You know, we don't always have the chance to follow up, but would we have that as a higher expectation of a community school to do very modified case management kinds of things? Did the family actually take the referral? Did the student actually be able to participate in the mental health services that they were referred to? Those kinds of things might be some of the measures that we could look at in here for those non-academic supports.
So this is a great list. I want to move to the next one. And Danette, I see your hand up. I'm just cognizant of time. So Danette, jump in real quick, and then we'll move to 1B. 2B.
As an achievement, I would like to see that the end result of this list is that we have the agreed upon areas that we're going to look at, and then agreed upon ways to collect the data and report the data.
Can I just change what I said a little bit here to such as reduction in youth crime?
Oh yeah, thank you. I'll get that added. Okay. Let's move to 2B. So implementation standards. All right. So the idea here is that we've been using the 4 pillars of community schools. That's what's embedded in the state law. That's kind of the larger framework when we think about implementation of community schools. This would be going a deeper, right, within that larger framework and saying, what are the consistent standards that each school needs to be met to be able to demonstrate that they're doing high quality, if you will, community school work within each pillar. So what would be some achievements here in this particular strategy that we'd want to work toward?
I like to see how the standards would be related to a clear developmental process for cohorts of community schools.
I would like it to be a way to look not just at implementing something, but the depth and the connections in that implementation. So in other words, I want to get past having programs and make sure the programs are connected to other strategies and that they continue to be like a rubric. Like, I'm just starting Homework Diner. Okay, that's cool. Homework Diner is also connected to this. And we're going deeper with the idea of feeding families by doing this. So I think.
Excellent. Ellen, I put up here, the standards speak to depth and connections and implementation, and it's not just about programs. Is that capture it?
Thank you. Appreciate the words.
Other achievements here.
Is this a space where we might mention that we've researched with the National Organization of Community Schools about best practices in data collection so that we have a foundation for creating these processes?
Yep. Okay. Yeah. So I think that that's a shared understanding, perhaps, right? Like that we're leveraging the access to the coalition and other information, and that's being pulled into our process.
How about a review of established or existing structures, such as the community school continuum, and how it can be re-examined through the lens of the strategic plan?
Okay, so Brian, what I hear you, an achievement here, right, is that we're building on the standards build upon prior work.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm not sure if this goes here or in the one above, but some sort of systemized way that each community has an opportunity to define what is success for them. But we're also able to, in aggregate, report that out, right? That's a complicated thing because it might be 38 different ways of defining success, but some way for each community to define what success is for them and how to measure that and report it.
So Jeff, I'm going to move that up here to 2B because I think it goes with that holistic success.
Yeah, I think that makes more sense.
Okay. It's a great thing to strive for. That's a challenge, big challenge, right? But I really like that the way you've articulated that. Anything else in 2B before we move to 2C?
I would just put in there that obviously 2B is very much related to ongoing training and capacity building that's in the other sections. I know that you've said everything is aligned, but obviously we would have to, if we want fidelity, and maybe it goes to in multiple things, we're going to have to get out the clear notion and capacity building of everyone around what are the standards and how do we make those happen?
Okay. Excellent. Let's move to 2C. And again, this follows on 2B, right? You can't do 2C until you've got standards identified and approved. So the next step, right, is then you create policies and practices that actually take the standards as a starting point and get some common set of policies and practices across all board partners. So what might be some achievements that you can imagine from this strategy?
Should the strategy actually be develop and implement, or is that too big a step for our short time frame?
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's a question for the work group to think about, right? And I can't remember if we were intentional about just leaving the word develop alone or if we truly meant develop and implement. But Marjorie, what I would suggest is I think the work group that gets this focus area should probably have that conversation, right? Like what's the building the standards is going to be a big body of work and it's going to take some time, right? So then once the standards are done, might take varying levels of time within each institution, right? To think about how those standards relate to each institution's practices and policies. So I'll just throw that out there. I'm not sure that we know at this point.
This might be for on down the line, but I was thinking, instructional rounds is sort of a general model that might be really helpful of community school folks being able to look at what's happening in another school. How does that reflect what I'm doing? How do I use that experience to strengthen what we're doing in my school? What can I offer to that school that we're visiting that would help them take the next step and deepen their practice?
Okay, and I'm putting that in brackets here, Barbara, because I think that there's an achievement embedded in there that we could probably tease out. But I like the kind of the clarity of the example of what that could look like. Anything else you want to lift up here as an achievement? And this one may be so far out that it's kind of hard to define the achievement, right? But let's just kind of take a minute or so more and figure out if we can brainstorm a couple.
I guess a couple to piggyback on the instructional rounds is identifying a problem of practice and a next level of work, which would be those achievements potentially. And then the other, which might be a little bit of a stretch, but really trying to figure out how we can ensure the trajectory of a school when the principal is changing hands. So where that goes in this strategic plan, I'm not sure, Angelo, but it would help with fidelity and consistency.
So Brian, is it that we have policies and practices in place that can ensure how how would you say that when the principal leaves?
Yeah,
I think it's staff turnover. It's not just the principal, it's the entire staff. Because this has to go deep enough that it's owned in the culture, not just by a person. It's the community school coordinator, it's the principal, it's the staff. It has to be part of the fabric of the school so that new people coming in are indoctrinated by the culture.
So being able to figure out what various levels of turnover would then prompt that refresh.
So the idea then that being a community school is embedded in the fabric of the school, or maybe the culture of the school, can help when turnover happens.
Correct.
Okay.
And I think the culture of the school is very important in that.
Okay. Want to move us forward because we're at 10:50. I think this is a great list. Go ahead.
Just in terms of the community school code book, like coming into agreement on, I guess, what is non-negotiable to be intertwined into like the agreed upon policies and practices. I'm not sure if I'm saying that right, but.
Yeah, I mean, so like what's non-negotiable in terms of the model?
Yeah, yes.
And where there's room for adaptation, perhaps?
Thank you.
And maybe, Angelo, on there really just finalizing across all the entities or coming to agreement of what is in the code book and what we're going to keep in the code book. Right now, it's comprehensive to all the standards, all the research, all the things that have been done over the last 8 years, but we may not need all of them.
Okay. Yeah, I want to move us forward, guys, because we are, this is going a little longer than I intended, but I think the discussion is important. Let's go to focus area 3, which has the 2 big strategies, equity and social justice, right? 3A is all about trainings. And just, again, to give you a sense of this, right? The feeling among folks was that to do good equity work, we ourselves need to be trained and have a deeper understanding, but also a collective understanding, right? When we use terms like anti-racist or anti-oppressive or equity or justice, right? There's some common definitions that we've all agreed to and that we understand at a deeper level. And that we have some understanding of how that connects to our own institution's work as well. So that's the starting point for this. We've given you 3 achievements as examples for what this could look like. And so I want you to weigh in on these, but the first one is all ABC board members, ILT members, and staff participate in a series of anti-racist trainings from a qualified trainer. 2 would be maybe something like some number of schools have completed our equity and social justice training. I say our training, right? But the training that we've identified from a qualified trainer. And then the 3rd would be school culture shifts in a measurable way after completing the training. So that gets to like, what's the outcome of these trainings? I want to get your sense though of what might be some achievements you would imagine. And, you know, do you like these examples? What do you want to lift up here?
I have to ask this question because City Council is going through this type of training. And you have ABC board members, but what about the school board? And, you know, at a higher level so that you have buy-in at all levels.
So Cynthia, are you suggesting that perhaps the trainings, let me jump in here and other ILT members jump in, because I just want to be real clear that like, I think what we envisioned is that they're like series of circles, right? We start with the closest circle being like ILT members are really going to be driving a lot of this. So like, that's the starting point. Next circle out might be the ABC board and maybe some of the key ABC partners or stakeholders. And then maybe the larger circle, right, is people within the institutions like board members or counselors.
Yes. So I'm suggesting the larger.
So are you suggesting, because we were saying maybe that's year 2 or year 3 work because it might take a while to get there, but you're saying maybe we need to be thinking about that sooner. Is that right?
Yes, I am, because if you don't have buy-in at those levels, then, you know, you're not going to, I mean, you have to have that buy-in.
So can I say that there's buy-in from decision makers within each board partner institution? And that I mean, that kind of captures, I think, what you're getting, that maybe to get to buy-in, we might have to do more work with people who are not sitting on the ABC board right now, right?
Correct.
To bring them along. Okay.
Yeah.
So Angelo, if I may, this is Madeline.
Please,
Just
Madeline.
to know that at APS, all the principals are currently taking anti-racism training from ARTI, and the Anti-Racism Training Institute, and leadership will also be taking the same training. And in the springtime, we're looking to train all of our assistant principals. So leadership at APS will be trained initially with ARTI, and then we will continue with our professional development plan.
So what I want to capture here, Madeline, is perhaps a similar idea to what we heard last time, which is that these trainings build on existing work, or that we're not starting from scratch, right?
Correct.
Angela, I'd also like to add that one of the achievements would be that we leveraged and aligned across the ABC board entities with all of the work, because I think each entity is doing its own deep work in this area. And it would be fantastic if we could leverage and align those resources and also agree on a value base around it to move this forward as an outcome or as an achievement, sorry.
And Danette and everybody on that point, I think this is where we need to connect to other parts of what we're talking about. So if we're really going to do some work with anti-racism, we're going to address power, privilege, and identities, which means that we're going to have to look at what shared leadership truly means. And we're going to have to look at the intersectionality that Madeline talked about earlier, and how that connects with the work we do within our communities, including in our classrooms, including the materials that we use to teach, including the way different people in the community and different students take on leadership roles. I mean, we have to connect with all the other stuff here.
Okay. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Let's take a couple more achievements in here and then we'll move forward. Or do we have a good list to start with? Okay, so 3B then, right, is really now getting into, like, we're not just going to get trained, but we're going to start to act upon that training. And the idea with strategy 3B, and there was a 3C too, I'll say, but 3B is really starting first with ABC as an institution, ABC as a partnership, right? And looking at where ABC itself could actually change some of its policies or practices to respond to what we've learned through our trainings. 2 examples here. First one is that based on the trainings, the ABC board develops an anti-racist and anti-oppressive, they develop policies and practices, right, that all schools agree to. And maybe that becomes part of the implementation standards. I'll just add that, right? Like that, maybe that feeds into it, to Ellen's point about how we connect these dots. Another example could be that ABC creates partnership and contractual policies that require any organization entering into an agreement with ABC to have anti-racist and anti-oppressive policies and procedures that they can point to. What do you think? What might be 1 or 2 other achievements we want to lift up here?
Well, for me, it's that we have, I don't care what you call it, policies, protocol, expectations around how an equity lens will be utilized in all of these structures, in all of our decision making. And some of it might be inherent in what you're talking about in the other examples, but we have to put all of the training into practice in every decision that comes our way.
Okay. Like that. Anything else we want to lift up here? And again, this is probably a longer term strategy, right? That we'll get started next school year after we've gone through these trainings. But let's start to think about backwards planning here. Barbara.
So I think, and maybe this is the place to put it, as we look at expanding the number of community schools, and maybe just more generally, how we use ABC resources and specifically, explicitly say resources, how we use our resources to support the goal of equity and social justice. Because it may come into play, for instance, when we have to make a choice between what school do we expand a community school to, and how do we make those decisions, that equity needs to play a role in that choice.
Okay. Let's go to the next, if we can move on. And I know we're like behind on the agenda, and I think we're okay because I think we had some extra time kind of built in as a result of changes in the agenda. So I think we're doing okay still. I think this next one is not super hard. So let's try to get through communication and messaging really quickly. The first is actually it's building the communication plan. So the achievement here, the obvious one, let me just state it, right, is that we have a communication plan in place that we are using actively to help tell our story, right, and get the message out. What might be some other achievements, though, related to having a communication plan?
I'd like to add this here, and I believe it's applicable to many other strategies also, but to engage the students in creating and implementing a communication plan. I really think students have a lot to say about their educational environment, and also are many times the key communicators with their families about what's going on. So I believe there's a role for students in creating and implementing some of these ideas.
I put it in both places, Marjorie. So I have it up here that they're engaged in creating the plan, and then in the second strategy that we add them to the list, right, of people who can help us get the message out. Okay.
Hey, Angela.
Go ahead, Peggy.
So I think something that would be really important, and I think for all the staff at community schools, the partners, the board, is for us all to know what the specific talking points are about community schools. I think that's really important. And that can even go to children on, on a level that they could do. I think that's a really important thing. And for us all to be able to have our 60-second kind of elevator speech. And then I think to make sure that we do have somebody who is a spokesperson for the different role groups, for the school, for ABC community schools, for the partners, et cetera. And to have a main spokesperson that will engage with, the media. And then another thing that I think would be a good thing, I know this would take a little bit of time, but if we could come up with some kind of short white paper, I know usually some of them are kind of lengthy, but if there's some way that we could come up with some kind of a white paper that just, advocates and talks a little bit about what our position is, I think those things would be helpful when it comes to communication engagement.
So when you say a white paper, are you talking about like some I guess marketing folks would say collateral, right? Like you've got some materials that you can use and give out to people. Is that what you're talking about? Or are you talking
Yeah,
about
just
longer
kind of like what our positions are and how we're going about certain problems that, I mean, trying to find solutions to certain things. I mean, I know some white papers are like 100 pages and some are 6 to 8 pages. It's just kind of a way to influence decision making. And I think you kind of know from a political perspective what that would kind of look like, Angela.
Okay.
And Angela, this is Ellen on B, the communication engagement. I think this belongs here. I think we have to be conscious in the way we develop our talking points so that we're always coming from a place of building on strengths, the strengths of the family, the strengths of the school, the strengths of the community, the kids. Because it would be really easy to communicate a strategy that we're here to fix the community through community schools rather than engage and build on who they are. And I think that goes to the anti-racist, you know, this idea that we're not talking about those kids. In quotes, those kids.
Okay. I like that. Anything else you want to lift up here as potential achievements? And this could even get to like, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say just, and I'm not sure, may go into the achievement of the plan or achievement of the engagement, but that our communication is creating the understanding that community schools are a new way of delivering education, or maybe it's not new, but it is a way of delivering education, not just doing something. The idea that I think Ellen usually uses, and Jeannie Forrest or Jeannie Oakes as well, that it's community schooling. It's the thing, who we are, not necessarily what we do.
Okay. I don't know if that does that capture it, Dana? Okay.
Yeah, I think you might just add, it's not an add-on, it is.
Yeah, okay. It's not a program, right?
Right. It is the way we do school.
This is the way we do school. Okay.
Yeah, equity is the lens through which we create all of our programming. It's the way we, do school.
Okay. Great. Anything else here? And I'm going to pick on Sam because I haven't heard from him very much today, but I know we've talked a lot over the past few years about, how we tell our story better. Sam, do you have any other things you would hope might come out of this for like a private sector standpoint, right? How we tell our story and what we want to achieve?
Well, yeah. So, I've been relatively quiet, but so the first point that was made was we have a communication plan in place that we're actually using to tell our story. Well, I hate to be critical, but I haven't seen it. And so if there's a communication in place, plan in place, what is it? And then secondly, regarding engaging reporters and communication staff from partner organizations, we've attempted that previously with little success. Each of the ABC partners has their media staff that we've tried to engage prior and trying to get the message out. And I'm not sure we've had much success in doing that previously. Last time this came up at our last board meeting a year ago, we discussed how, in fact, we could put some staff together, some staffing that would be engaged in ongoing communication. Our current staff is clearly so occupied in managing and running ABC, that there's little time to get out there and promote the communications within the community. And we had talked about how can we identify a funding stream where we could bring on a communication director, so to speak, that could lead the campaign. So those are still some of my thoughts regarding how can we get more proactive in the communication side. So I'd be real curious to find out what other people think in regards to what do we think the percentage of the community really understands community schools today. I know that we all do, and everyone that's participating in this conversation obviously does, but regarding just the general public, when I mention community schools out to just the general public, everybody looks at me with a blank stare. They don't really understand what it is and what we're doing. So, that's a challenge, obviously, that we need to deal with.
Okay, thank you, Sam. And just to clarify, right, when we say we have a communication plan, preceding each of these statements, right, should be by the end of the 2021-22 school year, we will have a communication plan in place. So just to clarify, we don't currently have a communication plan. And this strategy, the starting point is to build it. So it's being responsive to what you've asked for, essentially.
Okay,
right?
thanks.
Okay, let's move on. I think this is a pretty straightforward one. And I want to turn to sustainability. We're going to take 10 more minutes on this, which will get us to 11:20. Then I'm going to give you a 5-minute break and we're going to come back and do our final section. So the last one, there's a lot in here, right? So let's really try to just rapid fire. Let's get out as much as we can around sustainability. I'm going to kind of open it up, 5A, 5B, 5C, 5D. Where people want to kind of start is up to you. What are some achievements around small p policy, which is what 5A is about? That's policies within our institutions that are community school friendly. Big P policy, which is public policy, right? And it could be state or local. And then C is funding. And again, it's the funding streams that we're most interested in here. And then last one is partnerships, right? System level partnerships that can help us do our work. Where do you all want to jump in?
I'll make a suggestion for 5A, and that is that there, this has been stated previously as well, that there's a rubric of sorts that is, these are the required policies that community schools must operate under. And then here are additional suggestions or enhancements to continue to improve your implementation of community school status. So basically, I would suggest 2 levels of policies, what has to happen and what is even better if other things happen.
So let me make sure I get this down, Marjorie. 2 levels of policy. What has to happen? And what was that second one?
Additional experiences that would improve the community school implementation.
It'd be like basic and then
like advanced or
beginning and
emerging and experienced or
so
something.
that's that. I'm gonna call on Danette or Brian here, or anyone from APS, Chris, whoever, to talk about maybe this is where the developmental stages fit in. Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, we've got the 4 levels of from emerging to excelling.
There you go.
That we could definitely do that with.
Good connection.
So let me just make sure I'm clear on this, right? So Marjorie, what you're saying is that, I think what I hear you saying first is that like this ties back to implementation standards, and that maybe what comes out of the implementation standards is we create some sort of a rubric that is tied to the 4 levels of development of a community school, and that rubric kind of is a guide to the different partner institutions for things that policies or procedures maybe that they could be looking at internally that are things that have to be changed, right, to really make sure the standards are being met, and then there's a second level at which we're looking at, maybe these are things that would be nice to do or that we could do over time that would really get us to a higher level. Does that capture it? Okay, but we're leading with the standards, and the standards are what informing potential policy changes. Okay. Anyone else want to add to this? Other achievements around 5A? And I'll say if that's the, if that's, I think that makes a lot of sense, right? So 5A may actually, 5A may actually go under robust implementation. We may want to have some conversation again around whether we move it back over there, because maybe that comes after we build implementation standards. So you guys weigh in right now if you think we need to move this one back to the robust implementation work. I think you can make an argument that it fits in either place.
So, I think the unavoidable reality is that budgets are really horrendously challenged.
Yeah.
Both school, city, we're all facing unspeakable challenges, and we don't see any real relief coming from the federal level, which means that schools are going to be confronted with making some real hard choices. It really comes down to human beings in the school. And basically every dollar that comes into schools equals a human being who can work in that school. And so if we don't have, I think this kind of speaks to putting it back up in the other section, in the sense that if we have not developed the culture within schools where they see the value of investing in the coordinator, investing in the role that gets played through the community school, staffs are going to be confronting. Do we look at that, or do we look at the librarian? Do we look at that, or do we look at the reading intervention teacher? Do we look at the community school coordinator, or do we look at 3 additional students in every single classroom? I think that we've got to really put this together, not just the sustainable strategy, but where does the culture for those decisions come from, and what lays the basis?
So Barbara, let me make sure I understand, because I think this maybe is a really important point that could fit in a number of places, but part of what I heard you saying is that one of the ways that one of the things we have to be thinking about as we're thinking about sustainable funding, when there are trade-offs that have to be made with tight budgets, that if there's a deeply held belief and understanding of the importance of community school coordinators, and it's part of the culture of community schools, that they're not going to be the first things to get cut.
Right.
Because they are deeply ingrained in the culture of the school, and they're like maybe one of the last things that get cut, because they're that important to the functioning of that school. Is that, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I want to make sure I'm understanding what you're saying.
I think that reflects it. Meanwhile, hopefully it's a call to action that we all work as advocates for sufficient funding.
Right. I'd rather do that first than cut them last, because there should be no cuts.
Right. That's the bottom line.
Well, and I think what she's saying too is that, and I've been thinking about this too, Barbara, is recognizing the challenges because of COVID, because COVID is not going to last forever. But, there is going to be a window where we're dealing with COVID, and knowing that this is going to, when we talk about sustainability, we're talking beyond COVID, but we also have to recognize that there is a challenge during this time. And maybe we need to look at some new ways of doing business, and I know schools are not business, and you have to understand the way my mind thinks, but, kids are doing online learning now, and making sure that kids have access, all kids have access to computers I'm sorry.
Give Counselor a moment.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Bad timing.
So I think that Counselor Borrego was making a great point here. Does someone want to pick up? Ellen, was that you?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think that the pandemic has exposed a brighter light on existing inequities, like broadband as a public utility or a right or something like that, like access to computers and whatever, and the funding necessary. And then, you know, basic food and medical needs. And everybody's talking about that. And we need to insert the fact that a community school strategy is part of addressing all of that. This Counselor, did I say that okay?
I'm back. Sorry about that. I got a little tickle in my throat. But I think that's exactly what I'm saying is, you know, if you think about it and just think about like banks, for example, or, you know, how they're doing business now, they're having to change the way they do business. The schools have had to drastically change the way that they're doing education. And hopefully it won't last forever, but during the time that it does, you know, that funding needs to be in place to ensure that all kids are equitably, they're all receiving quality education, regardless of their socioeconomic status.
So I captured a statement up here that could be the starting point. I'll go to you in a second that for this group's work. And what I'm hearing is, I mean, COVID is just a reality right now, and the budget constraints that go along with it are the financial reality that you all are operating under, and that maybe the starting point for this work needs to be starting with that recognition, but really having a strong plan and strategy to address those budget constraints. And then what I heard Ellen say is that like maybe there's an opportunity embedded in here. It's a strange way to say it, but because COVID has really kind of revealed what we've all known, but really shown the light on like these disparities, that maybe there's a way to really lift up community schools as an answer to some of those disparities and how we address them systematically. And so I want to just, again, I think I'm just trying to repeat back what you two said, but that's kind of the initial guidance that I'm hearing maybe that the group working on this needs to think about, and that there's maybe some real near-term work that needs to be done there. Danette?
A few things on the moving the VA or 5A up to implementation. I think that while it relates to that the policies need to be developed or approved by governing folks, and that's why it's an important. It's important under sustainable strategies, because when you're dealing with giant institutions, we tend to say, if we do it this way, we have to do it this way for all of the whatevers. And community schools, in this process of being community school friendly, may need to have a subset that if you're a community school, you can do it this way. And that might be for funding for whoever and whatever entity it might be. So that's why I think it fits where it's at currently, because the decision-making boards of all the entities on the partnership have to make those choices. The partnership can't necessarily make the choices for the entities, only for itself. In the public policy, large P, big P, I think an achievement would be that our local representatives understand what a community school is and how you measure its success. If we did that really well, that's what they would know off the tops of their heads. And then
They understand what a community school is and how
we measure its success,
okay,
what that looks like. And then in the sustainable funding side, that one of our achievements would be, might not be a year and a half, but close, would be that we have successfully created a pathway to above the line funding while protecting our below the line, but a pathway to above the line funding for long-term sustainability. And in another bullet, that we have also identified more stable and sustainable funding streams to fund some of the services that were mentioned in the second bullet, so that we're really tying to public safety, Department of Health, family services, early childhood, and really being able to braid those funding streams to direct the supports to provide families what they need.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to move to start wrapping this up. Go ahead.
I think there's a connection to all of these in looking at the achievements on how do you connect it to the re-entry back into school, because of all of the inequities that have been revealed even more. I think that sometimes we underestimate what it's going to be like when we come back to school. Like, those things don't just automatically like, okay, well, no, these students struggled, these kids didn't have food, and then now we're all back and everything is back. It's going to look very different in a re-entry back into a place where kids have been at all different places during this past year. And so I kind of see in all of the different areas, there is the achievement of what does a re-entry look like, and how do we come together to support kids in this re-entry to something new, something familiar, but something new because of everything that has happened in the time that they have been away from the brick and mortar school.
And I just wanted to add something under sustainable funding. It's not really an achievement, but it's something that we have to remember, is that right now, the funding for community schools is soft funding. And so if we want to sustain it, it kind of goes with, line, but then we also have to be very well aware of supplanting and making sure that those things don't happen. I think that's always going to, maybe always, but for now, it's going to be blended funding. So how do we sustain blended funding with community schools?
And my idea on that, everything that Gabrielle and Chris just said, makes me want to go back to communication and check to make sure that we are clearly helping policymakers shift their thinking. ESSA shifted the thinking about intervention with, quote, failing schools as shutting them down and punishing them, clearly making community schools an intervention and an asset. And I think when policymakers understand that, they will understand better the need to have sustainable funding.
We are.
Can I just say one last thing?
Yeah.
I think understanding the whole concept of sustainability is really important. And I had sent a definition earlier, but I just wanted to read it. It's focusing on meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their needs. And it's basically composed of 3 pillars: economic, environmental, and social. And I think it's important that policymakers understand what sustainability is. So I wanted to throw that out.
Thank you, Counselor. So I think we've got enough.
Peggy, Angelo, just
Go ahead, Peggy.
to be really quick. I think we need to really have an all-out effort when it comes to lobbying for community schools. So I think that's a really important, real important aspect. And to go kind of with what Danette said, is if there is some way that community schools can generate program units, so we have that recurring funding under the SCG, that would be fabulous. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna stop here. We gotta take a little break. I think we've got enough to work with. We didn't do 5D, but I think we've got plenty here. And I wanna thank you. That was a really long discussion, but I think I'm really pleased with your level of engagement in this. And I hope that this plan now feels very different to you, right? Because we've gone through each element of it. And I hope that you're walking away from this, right, with a deeper understanding of kind of what the work is gonna entail. We still have a lot of work to do to get to the details, but now you have a kind of big picture view, and I'm really pleased. I think you guys really came up with some great potential achievements that are going to help guide the action planning. So when we come back, I'm going to give you only till 11:35. Ellen, Marjorie, and I are going to do a short little presentation and proposal around the committee structure, and then we're going to have some discussion about what that entails, and I'm going to invite each of you to volunteer to be part of that committee structure. So let's take until 11:35, and we'll come back and close us out. If you can hear me, we're going to be coming back in about 1 minute. Ellen, Marjorie, you're all set? We'll wait till Marjorie comes back. Okay, folks, I'm going to jump right into it because I'm cognizant that we have 25 minutes left together. And I do want to leave at least 10 minutes, if possible, for some closing comments from all of you. So this next section now is what we're calling Organize for Success. And this is really the space, right, where we start to talk about how this plan comes alive, how you start to build practices that allow you, right, to start to integrate this plan into the operations of the ABC Community School Partnership. And this is the piece that often gets left out of a lot of strategic planning work. Often organizations will create plans and then never look at them again. And so there are two things that I want to highlight today before I turn it over to Marjorie and Ellen. The importance of alignment and the importance of monitoring. Okay, so alignment, once a plan is developed, right, then what's the step that often gets left out is a focus on alignment, right? How does the new plan align to our existing organizational structures and practices and people who are going to do the work? And what changes do we need to make, right, to ensure that there is stronger alignment? And so there are four things that we think about. The first two are related to the discussion we're going to have today. It's creating structural alignment. The question is, what changes do we need to make to our partnership structures to facilitate implementation of the strategies? Second is people, roles, and responsibilities. Right. So first is like, what are the competencies that we need to build within our partnership? And you can see we've got some education and training strategies, right? So we're already paying some attention to those competencies, but there may be others that we come up with as we're getting into this plan that we need new skills in the board or the ILT or among staff to do this work. But then it's also getting really, really super clear about what role each person plays in carrying out the plan. And as I said at the beginning of today's meeting, right, it's not just about, I'm not sharing my screen, am I? Sorry about that. My apologies. Over here talking about a slide that you can't even see. So the second piece here, right, is that we're getting really clear about what role each person plays in supporting the plan and carrying it out and defining responsibilities. This is not just the work of ABC staff to carry out this plan. This is really looking at how we really leverage the full power of this partnership to get the work done. The third and fourth pieces we're not going to talk about in detail today. The third area is activities to start, stop, and continue. City folks know this well because I know that the mayor started with this kind of exercise when he came in to office. But this is really, I think, a really great practice for both staff and maybe the institutional board partners, right, to come together and say, given the direction that we're going, what are we doing today that we can stop doing? No longer necessary because we have a new direction. What can we start doing differently, maybe to provide resources that are needed for higher priority activities? And then what should we continue to do or maybe do more of, right, given the direction that we're going? So maybe there's things that we're currently doing that we just need to amplify or we need to take to a larger scale. And then the last area is processes and systems. And so this will be an ongoing conversation, I think, that the board should be having. How does the new direction affect the way we operate? To Sam's point earlier, maybe there's staff capacity issues that we need to address at some point. What systems are needed to support the direction? Like the shared measurement system, right, is a clear example of what we've talked about that a lot today. That's a new system that we'll need to have some intentionality around putting some boundaries around and figuring out what that needs to look like so that we can do our work. When we think then about monitoring, the importance of monitoring is like the main thing you can do to make this plan a living document. And monitoring can sound kind of big brothery, but it's not meant to sound that way. and I haven't read up here, right? Like, I'm just going to reinforce this plan. Normally we would say sit on the shelf, but we're living in digital era. So I will say this plan will languish in Google Drive if you do not establish a process to monitor its implementation and create structures that are charged with oversight. So there's a recommended process and some recommended structures that I want you to consider. Ellen and Marjorie are going to talk about the structures, but the process is really a three-part process. It starts with monthly check-ins. And the focus of those monthly check-ins is to answer the question, are we doing what we said we were going to do in our action plans? Right? So when you create action plans, those monthly check-ins, which we're proposing would be carried out by a new group of committees that we create, would simply be there to look at whether the action plans are getting done and making sure that if we need to bring new people in or resources or elevate issues to a higher level, that we can do that. Then we're proposing a triannual review that is taking that to a next level, right? And asking the question, are we achieving the results we said we would achieve? This starts pushing us to like actually starting to measure, create some measurable outcomes or outputs. And what we're proposing here is that this become a core function of the intermediary leadership team. They meet as a body 3 times a year, and they present a report to the board, right? Looking at whether we're achieving the results. And then you together have a conversation if we're off track about how we get back on track. And then finally, an annual update process that looks at what changes need to be made to the plan so that the plan stays current and fresh. And we're thinking this is the purview of the board, and that these annual retreats, let a good chunk of your retreat be really dedicated to updating the plan and really diving into looking at where you need to make changes because of what we've learned over the previous year, right? So that's a simple process to be able to inject some monitoring into your work. And if you do this, your plan will live on, right? You will actually, you'll start to have conversations about it and everything that you do, and it's gonna probably change the way that board meetings even are structured. So with that, I'm gonna turn it to Ellen, who's gonna walk us through a proposed, what we're calling an accountability structure for the ABC Community School Partnership.
Thanks, Angela. I would actually even call it an action structure so that it doesn't.
I like that.
So it's, yeah, because it means that we're actively engaged. When you look at the flow chart, you can see the board of directors and the ILT are really the only 2 formal structures that we currently have. And again, to Angela's point, we want to keep the work going and be more than just, you know, a board that hears reports. So we're proposing the creation of 2 additional types of groups to our accountability structure or our action structure. 1 committee for each of our 5 strategic goals, which you can see across the top over there. And within each committee, a set of work groups that will be charged with developing and carrying out the action plans, and I would say evolving them for each strategy. So let's go to the idea of the board. The board's purview is primarily strategic concerning the big picture. Now, if we move to the ILT, note that it's both strategic and tactical. It is strategic in the sense that it's been formally charged by the board with developing the strategic plan. And it's tactical in the sense that the ILT members are also charged with carrying out the work of the strategic plan and leading the work groups that are responsible for the action plan. So now if you go down and you look at the committees, note that the committees are primarily tactical. In other words, they're doing something. They're responsible for monitoring the detailed work of all of the action plans. And then now look at the work groups. And the work groups are entirely tactical. This is where the work gets done. This is why it's an action structure. Because, and I would even like to say, somehow these need to have connectors between all of them, but it would mess up your pretty picture, Angelo. But the idea that this is all very connected work. And so these work groups are the level at which we engage the broader set of actions from within each board partner institution, among our community partners, to make sure that we actually execute or act on our action plan. Marjorie.
Okay, so I'm going to be talking about the recommendation for leadership in all of these roles. And so we'll start, of course, with the board of directors. And this framework will stay the same. And at one meeting per year, the intermediary leadership teams will present to us and continue to answer the question, what changes should we make to the strategic plan? So this does become a living document. It's built into our processes and doesn't languish. There will be no languishing, folks. Okay, then for the intermediary leadership team, as we've been talking about the ILT, then these groups have been recommended with 2 co-chairs, each from a different institution. So we have many institutions represented here as a part of ABC, but especially the city, the county, and APS as well. So 3 times a year, the intermediary leadership team, ILT, will make those formal presentations to the board. And that, again, will be formalized in our agenda so that we make sure that we move forward on the strategic plan and answering the question that Angelo indicated, are we achieving the results we said we would achieve? So then the ILT will continue to lead the work of the committees and work groups below and continue to report back to the board on the progress. So as Ellen indicated, these work groups connect exactly back to our strategic plans that we just were going through the achievables for in the last hour or so. And each focus area committee will be co-chaired by 2 board members. So board, we are looking to you, and I'll say, myself and Ellen, of course, included in that, to take an active role in the implementation of this strategic plan. This is a real working board. It's not just a board that sits in and hears reports, as was previously mentioned. These committees ideally will meet monthly and will continue to answer the question, are we doing what we said we were going to do in our action plan? So these main groups will monitor the work of the subgroups and just make sure that the work is moving forward. So then each work group will then be chaired by an ILT member or a board member. So the work groups are the groups that, as Ellen mentioned, they're tactical. So they will be doing the work, designing and implementing the things we said we would design and implement. I have volunteered to lead the education and training work group, for example. So other board members, as you listened to, and ILT members as well, as you listen to our previous conversations about, putting things on the list that would be achievables, which ones of those got you excited and interested and you really felt like you had something to say about that, then that helps you decide which one that you should lead to move the work forward. We all are on this board because we have areas of expertise and we represent organizations who have other people with areas of expertise. And all of us are needed to implement this very massive strategic plan. But just think of where we'll be when all of those things that we listed are actually implemented. So each of these subgroups will meet until the work is done. This is not a lifelong endeavor. It's not something that you're going to put on your CV 2020 dash and then that blank never gets filled in. So once your work is done and you've presented to the board and you believe you've accomplished what was on your deliverable, then that committee can finish their work. So that's a motivation, if nothing else.
Excellent. And I just want to reinforce that last point because this may look like, oh my God, how many committees are you asking me to join? We're asking you to join the committees and then the work groups are going to really vary, right? But work groups are actually those of you who know project management may actually see kind of where this is coming from. The idea that a work group is assembled to do a specific task or body of work with set deadlines. And what the principle is that we're trying to introduce to you in this structure is that it's okay to sunset a work group when the work gets done. In fact, you should. And so you may have a collection of work groups going at any given time that is going to be changing as work gets accomplished and new action plans are being tended to. So that's the idea behind these work groups, right? Is that they're deeply tied to specific action plans, and they're broader than just who's represented right now in this retreat. Part of your work is to be thinking about who needs to be brought in to sit in some of these work groups to help us accomplish all of the things that we just talked about, right? So it's broadening the circle to engage more people from within our institutions and the community to help us with this work. So we've got a little bit of time left. Sorry, we're at 11:50. I want to just go to this slide and have a little bit of discussion on your initial reactions and some reflection about this proposal. Or if you have any questions or concerns, right? Things that we need to fix or address before we move forward with this structure that we're proposing to you.
I'll just say that this is an incredible holistic approach to, I think, what we all want for community schools. And I think it seems rather daunting right now, but we're just on the outside looking in. So I think once we all get involved in the work and really see the benefits of all of these incredible organizations working together and all of the people on this call and others who have the skills to make this happen, we will have created something really incredible. But we just have to get started. And I think that's where I am right now.
This is Ellen. Angelo, talk about your role, because I've gone through some strategic planning efforts with you several times now, and I'm always impressed by everything you can keep in your brain, because you have such a depth of understanding about the process. So are you gonna continue to interact with us and guide us through this until we own more of it?
Yeah, so my contract gets you through the end of your development of your action plans, Ellen. So I'm going to be involved, and we'll see in the next steps that our next step, if you accept this structure, is I'm going to be, Danette's asked me to schedule the committee meetings to get us started. And we'll do that over the next couple of months. We're going to try to get to all 5 committees before the holidays. And so, yeah, I'll facilitate those meetings for you. At some point my contract ends. And so I'm going to be, I'm trying to set you up so that you all can take this work and run with it. And I should have noted, right, that the ABC staff are going to play a critical role here. And they're going to be providing critical support to each of these committees and work groups to help you all to be able to keep focused on the work group, the action plans, and to make sure there's continuity between meetings.
And so my reaction or reflection, one of the things I heard about community schools 20, 30 years ago from the AFT president, Al Schenker, and have always thought this is the way to go. And I've seen it gain and lose traction over some time. I think when Jose came, the awareness of community schools as a strategy and as different programs really increased, and ABC has been ongoing. I'm so pleased. And I think this is what it's going to take to make the roots go deep. And really create a strategy, not just a program. So I'm very pleased with this process, and I think it's the right way to go.
Thank you, Ellen. Let's other voices we want to lift up before I start to wrap us up and talk about next steps.
So Angelo, this is Sam. In regards to committee structure, obviously, depending on what the participation is, on each committee regarding the talent that each committee will have will determine the success of each committee's directions. So what are the thoughts there in terms of what type of membership or volunteerism we can expect to have on each of these committees to make sure that there's some success that comes as a result?
Yeah, so Sam, I think you've hit the key next step. And so let me talk first about first critical question that we're going to ask you, and we're going to be following up with you after today's meeting, is we're going to be asking specifically the board members to start with, right? Where would you like to serve and or lead? And, you know, we have some ideas around which board members might align to different focus areas. But we want to actually ask you first to kind of tell us where you would like to be involved. And if you are willing to take on a co-chair role of one of these committees, that you're registering a preference. And so Danette and I will be following up with each board member to kind of get your preferences and get these committees populated. What I would say to your question, Sam, beyond that, and this is the second question on here, right, is who do you recommend to serve on each work group? And so you now have a feel, I think, for what the focus areas are working on, the kind of work that they're going to be taking on. And we have some thoughts already around people that need to be engaged in these work groups, either because ABC is already doing work in certain areas with certain people, right, and they need to be brought in. Or, you know, maybe there are other people that we want to build relationships with, right, that could be really key to helping do this work. So we're going to be looking to all of you to help identify the people within your institutions or folks maybe in community, right, that need to be engaged in these work groups around specific pieces of the plan. Danette, did you want to jump in?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to also say that I don't think it was the ILT's intent that necessarily ABC might be leading every single area. So if one of our partner institutions is really leading work through the work they're already doing that we can leverage, we also want to be very aware and practice what we preach to schools, right? That, like, for example, United Way has done a ton of work in community conversations. Now, we participated, but we weren't thinking about it like we are right now. But if, let's say, they were doing it again, we would want to leverage that and figure out how do we leverage what United Way is doing rather than leading a whole separate process to tax the community even more. Yep. So if you know within your institutions that you're planning to do something that aligns with this, or you're already the expert in some of these areas, we definitely want to know that, because we don't want to duplicate either. We want to leverage our resources to the best of our ability and also to the best of our expertise.
And Danette brought up a point which I was supposed to make and I forgot, but like, I think what we're really doing here, right, is this is collaborative leadership at a system level. So, you know, we talked a lot about collaborative leadership in community school councils at the site level. Maybe one way to think about this new structure, right, is that we're starting to adopt collaborative leadership practices at a system level and thinking about some new structures in place that really embody collaborative leadership in a different kind of way than we've done before across institutions. So that's just another way to think about this. I need to start wrapping this up. I'm not going to put people on the spot today. We'll do that follow-up afterwards. But let me just ask, is there anyone that have any like serious reservations about the structure or the plan we're putting in front of you? Things that we need to address before we move forward with this? Because our proposal is that this is the next, like, this is how we move forward now, right? And we're going to use this structure. The committee level is the next level down, that we're going to convene those committees to finish off the action plans based on the input you gave today. And then the idea behind this is that we want to bring back to you this, we hope, for the January board meeting, right, the completed action plans, so that we can get your formal approval of the full strategic plan, and that will be your endorsement of this plan to move forward starting in January, or, you know, late January essentially.
Well, I think it's a grown-up plan. the board isn't being asked just to be cheerleaders anymore. Shoot, we just wanted the staff to take it on and come back with results. No, but I think it shows a level of awareness of what really it's going to take to make community schools become what they can be. So I appreciate it.
Great.
So
Anyone else want to weigh in?
I do want to say to everyone that in a number of these areas, we are working with folks within your institutions to really build out a lot of the things that were mentioned today, but need the guidance and support of a broader base to really complete it well and within the vision of what you outlined today. But it looks really daunting and sounds daunting, but we are, many of the folks that work within your institutions are already partnering on a lot of this work. So we appreciate that up front, but we also need broader engagement to really do it well.
And I will say, like, if folks have things they want to share with Danette or with me, and you know that you maybe you don't want to say publicly at this moment, or maybe think about it afterwards, just let us know, right? Because I want to make sure that we address any concerns before we move too deep into this. But like I said, our next step here, you'll be hearing from me. I will be trying to get some meetings scheduled. But even before that, I'll be looking with Danette's help, right, to figure out which board members are going to be leading which committees. So keep an eye out for those messages. And with that, I think we are at the end, and I want to do a quick closing. We're at 12:01, but I want to take a few minutes on this with your permission. But before I do, Danette, is there anything I missed before we turn to the end here? Okay.
Again, I just want to thank everybody. I know this is a long time and that everybody has a ton on their plate, and I really appreciate the engagement and commitment to what we're trying to do.
Okay, gang,
I would like to thank everybody for participating all morning. I know it was a really long meeting, but it was very productive. And, you know, what I see embedded in this particular process is community health. And I think that's really, really important, because when we come out of COVID, we're going to have a lot of people that are going to be struggling. We already do. And it's going to get worse, unfortunately. But I think this embeds that community health structure into it.
Excellent. So in the interest of time, folks, I want to do a quick 5-second round. In 10 seconds or less, board members only, just so we can get through this quickly. You'll see on the screen, you can choose. I love ending with gratitude. So if someone wants to, express gratitude for someone for work they've done prior to today, they can do that, or just one takeaway from today's meeting that you're going to carry forward. So I'm going to call on you. I'm just going to go through my window here. Scott, you're up.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. I think one major takeaway is that we have a real fight on our hands to sustain this, and we've got a lot better sense of what we need to do to make it sustain. So I'm grateful for the time that we had to bring those ideas together.
Okay, let's go to Ellen.
I've been thinking about how divided our community is and how uniting community schools are.
Great. Marjorie.
Thanks. I am just so impressed that everybody was here for 4 hours and kept their cameras on and stayed engaged. I mean, I teach and use this method all the time, and this has been impressive. So I think that speaks to the importance of the information that was shared and the organized way it was shared. And I need to go back to PowerPoint school because I cannot make PowerPoints like this. So thank you.
You're welcome. Let's go to Sam.
Yeah, thank you, Angelo. So my gratitude is primarily to those electeds and the fact that you're so involved and you bring so much influence to ABC Community Schools. And without the electeds, this would be a really challenging job. And Ellen as well from the Federation of Teachers, that's such a big addition to ABC. And I just want to express my appreciation to those individuals.
Thank you, Sam. Barbara.
So yeah, first off, just thank you to everyone. But the other thing that I was thinking is that a year ago when we met, what came out of that meeting was the establishment of the leadership team, and how far we've progressed from what happened a year ago to get that group established to how specific we're ready to move forward, and just the level of engagement of everyone in that process. So thank you.
Great. And Enrico, I know you're representing Julie because she had to step away. Do you want to do a quick closing on her behalf?
Sure. I just also wanted to chime in and thank everybody for all of the time that they dedicated this morning. And I thought it was a very impressive exchange of ideas and a really fruitful, very productive discussion that, you know, as Scott mentioned, that starts to cobble together a really great opportunity to take some of these items that we've discussed further in a very organized fashion and continue to build on the work that's been done so far. So just thank you to everybody.
Excellent. And then Councilor Borrego, last board member.
Thank you. I just want to thank everybody for being so engaged. I think the people who really benefit out of all of this discussion today is the children. And I think what we have to keep that in mind as we move forward is, you know, our generations to come. And not only does economic development be affected through education, but just the health of our community. And I think those are things that I take away from all of this, is that how do we make our community more healthy? And this is a great strategy. So
Great.
Thank you all for being engaged.
And Danette, I'm giving you the last word, and with you, we'll close it out. So last word, Danette.
I just want to say, this is all, you know, it was amazingly well put together, and our team worked really hard with Angela to do that. But I want to say that the ILT put in hours and hours and hours that they probably didn't have to come up with all of this, and how appreciative I am of those folks whose plates are so full that kept coming together over and over to get us to this point. So thank you for your time and effort and work that everyone put into this.
You guys are amazing. All of you are amazing. I appreciate